Is it okay to start?
Okay, you may proceed. We are live. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. Weiss, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Jones?
Councilmember Jones, are you on mute?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here.
Great.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone. I am present.
Councilmember Bass.
Councilmember, are you on mute?
Hers actually says on hold. Can someone check that?
Okay. Maybe move on, Max, and I'll try texting her.
Councilmember Squilla.
Councilmember Squilla is going to be joining a half an hour late.
Okay. Councilmember Dom.
Present, and good morning, everyone.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, everyone. Councilmember Brooks is present. Thank you.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning. I'm present.
Good morning. This is Councilwoman Bass checking in.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Councilmember Gim at this time. The Councilmember is not a member of the committee, but as the sponsor of two of the bills before this committee today, she's been invited to make comments during the hearing and to ask questions of witnesses. The Councilmember will not take part in the public meeting at the conclusion of the public hearing. All right. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and the Homeless regarding bill numbers 200294, 200295, 200301, 200302, 200304, and 200305. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to my colleagues joining us today to hear testimony on this crucial package of legislation. I'd also like to thank everyone taking time out of their busy day to testify and to all watching the hearing from home. It's difficult to overstate the significance of the moment we find ourselves in right now. COVID-19 has turned our whole world upside down in a matter of months. Our city, state, and federal governments have responded, enacting a variety of measures to try to protect people during this pandemic. But I think we all know that as we work to reopen, things are never going to be, quote, back to normal. Tens of thousands of Philadelphians have filed for unemployment since mid-March. And we know that job losses are concentrated in the low-end wage distribution among workers who are most likely to be Black and Latino and who are more likely to rent their homes. In other words, our most vulnerable communities are the ones being hardest hit by COVID-19 and the ones facing the greatest levels of economic insecurity. And with economic insecurity comes housing insecurity. Even before the pandemic brought our economy to a halt, Philadelphia was facing a housing crisis. 300,000 renters were considered cost burdened, which means they spend at least a third of their income on rent each month. We have the fourth highest eviction rate among American cities. On average, 1 in 14 of our renters faces eviction each year. My office has experienced this firsthand. Since I started in January, we've literally heard from more third district residents struggling with rent and eviction related issues than the total number of days I've been in office. And that's a fact that's deeply troubling to me. 16,000 Philadelphians applied for the city's newly created emergency rental assistance program in just 5 days, with demand exceeding supply by over 400%. It is council's responsibility as a collective to determine how we as a legislative body respond to these stark realities. We need a plan to protect renters that gives them time to put their lives back together without the constant threat of homelessness. We need a plan to make sure landlords get paid. The bulk of our affordable housing is provided by small landlords who oftentimes themselves are stretched thin financially. And we need a plan to prevent a massive wave of evictions, which would create an unprecedented burden on our courts and city services. This is why Council members Helen Gim, Kendra Brooks, and I introduced the Emergency Housing Protection Act. These 6 bills, working in concert, are designed to keep people safely in their homes, support landlords, and reduce the strain on city resources. They extend the eviction moratorium, require mediation between renters and landlords before evictions can happen, and allow renters to enter a repayment plan for back rent. They also temporarily waive late fees, increase penalties for illegal evictions, and stabilize rent for several months after the end of the pandemic, which will give struggling renters one less thing to worry about as they get back on track. Our 3 offices have been thorough. In the last few weeks, we have met with roughly 11 community development and legal service nonprofits, 3 court officials, 2 business networks, 2 financial institutions, numerous city agencies, and numerous tenant advocacy groups, including, and also 25 property owners or trade groups representing property owners. In fact, some of these organizations we've met with 2 or 3 times per council office. We've met in small and large group settings, putting us well over 100 total stakeholders engaged. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented actions. And as public servants and legislators during the largest health crisis in modern history, it's our responsibility to create stability amidst uncertainty. A stable home is at the foundation of a stable life. And so it's critical that housing policy is front and center in our city's recovery efforts. During the Great Recession, Philadelphia led the nation by creating the first successful mortgage foreclosure diversion program. And with the Emergency Housing Protection Act, we have an opportunity to innovate once again and to enact compassionate, cost-effective, and common-sense policy to keep our citizens housed. Thank you so much. And at this moment, I'd like to offer the Vice Chair of this committee, Councilmember Jones, the opportunity to make any opening remarks. Councilmember Jones, do you have any remarks?
Yes, after I come off mute. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and to the viewing public. COVID-19 is world-changing, and I appreciate all of the authors of these pieces of legislation to come forward and step up to the plate. As one of the prime sponsors of the mortgage diversion program, which we will hear more about from Judge Rizzo, we have been here, not to this degree, but we've been here before. And those stakeholder meetings were essential in establishing a program, the mortgage diversion program, which didn't just impact Philadelphia with over, I believe the count now is about 14,000 homes saved. But it became a national model when senators came down to replicate it so that it could be spread across the nation. So I would only say that there are 2 levels of evaluation. One, the moral imperative of what's going on, and then the process imperative so that we can do it right. and we look forward to the discussions on all sides. And I appreciate in your opening comments, Madam Chair, that we are looking out for our constituents and tenants, but also recognizing that small business owners, such as property owners, are also our constituents as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Would any other members of the committee like to be recognized at this time for comments?
This is Councilwoman Sanchez. Yes, I join all of my colleagues, and I want to thank all of the bill sponsors for this landmark package of emergency housing protections. Council's years of work on these issues, including securing emergency and long rental assistance, tax and utility relief, fair housing standards, and an unprecedented investment in affordable housing have come as a result of a very open, deliberative process, bringing advocates and stakeholders to the table to craft workable policy solutions. I will note that having just received some of the amendments, I'm going to ask the chair of this committee to please thoroughly explain the amendments, which I believe show the bill sponsors' willingness to work with all stakeholders in reaching, as Council Member Jones alluded to, a package of bills that are enforceable, transparent, and reflect all voices being heard. I think this is an important part of this process so that as folks who've worked really hard to advocate today and prepare their presentations are fully informed about what we're being asked to vote on today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is an unprecedented hearing at an unprecedented time, under unprecedented conditions, and doing it virtually. And I really appreciate the entire team's work and efforts in making sure that people have access and are included in this process. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your first hearing.
Thank you very much, Council Member. And I do want to respond. I will, after we get opening remarks, I'll go through in detail the amendments that will be made to the bill. So thank you for that. Councilmember Brooks, you have opening remarks?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleagues on City Council and to everyone watching at home for joining us. I want to especially thank everyone for taking time to testify virtually today, because what I think is the most important issue facing our city now is how to keep families safe, healthy, and in their homes. We knew going into this pandemic that Philadelphia was already in the midst of an eviction crisis and an affordable housing crisis. And to quote Matthew Desmond, the author of the book Evicted, Poverty and Profit in this American City, poor men are locked up and poor Black women are locked out. That has certainly been the case here in Philadelphia, when women of color make up 70% of the tenants facing eviction. Black women are disproportionately impacted by the affordable housing and eviction crisis. And now that situation has become even more dire. Our most vulnerable community members face uncertainty about their health and safety, and in the midst of the COVID-19 virus. They face the economic impact of reduced hours, lost wages, layoffs, and severely backlogged unemployment benefit system. They face fears of fees, threats, and damages to their home if they're unable to make their rent. And ultimately, they face the threat of eviction, which puts their lives and the lives of their family members at risk and makes economic recovery nearly impossible. This legislation ensures that renters who have been impacted by the pandemic have time they need to recover. Philadelphia residents who have lost their jobs need time to get back on their feet. They need time to plan, to begin to put the pieces of their lives back together. And small landlords and homeowners need to be able to pay their mortgages and bills, because we know that they too have been negatively impacted by this pandemic. The difference is that homeowners and landlords have received significant assistance by the state and federal levels, while renters have been left behind. These bills will allow landlords to have a way of working with their tenants to recover the payment so that both parties can endure the fallout of this pandemic and move forward. The Emergency Housing Protection Act is a result of a lot of rigorous outreach and dialogue and research. And I want to thank so many people that took part in this process, which began early in April, and it was the key part in finalizing this legislation. These bills are the result of 11 community development and legal service nonprofit conversations, 3 court official conversations, 2 business networks, 2 financial institutions, 4 city agencies, numerous faith leaders, 70 housing rights advocates, 25 property owners and trades groups representing property owners. In fact, some of these organizations we have met 2 or 3 times with per council office, not including these calls. And those are just the individual meetings, not multi-organizational calls or roundtables or discussions that we hosted to put all of this together of about 100 total stakeholders that were engaged. And we're spoken to the countless constituents. Each day, my office fields calls from renters struggling to make ends meet. This legislation is motivated and foremost by the people we speak to every day who are suffering and in desperate need of assistance. I want to say that this outreach process wasn't just symbolic. We heard all the feedback we received from the different stakeholders and addressed these concerns in the form of amendments. Council members Gim and Gautier and myself have worked in tandem with community partners to strengthen and improve the legislation so that the different bills reinforce one another. Now, a renter facing hardship, financial hardship, will have rent repayment plan. Their late fees will be waived, and their rent will be stabilized for a total of 9 months following the pandemic. This revision process was equitable, thoughtful, and grounded in the lived experience of Philadelphians who cannot wait any longer for protections. And it would be not only short-sighted, but heartless to delay these needed protections any longer. Nearly a decade ago, I was laid off at my job that I had been at for 17 years due to budget cuts. And as a result, I unexpectedly lost my home. I know what it's like to be on the brink of homelessness. Just 6 years exactly, almost to this day, this conversation I'm having was about me. I know what it's like to choose between feeding your family over paying your rent on time. And across the city, thousands of families in Philly are in this position. They need their leaders to step up and provide them with a plan for staying in their homes. And Black women in particular need you to stand up for them and say that a massive wave of evictions and homelessness in the wake of a global pandemic is not acceptable. As we plan for the city's recovery, we must work for a recovery that leaves no one behind. And the Emergency Housing Protection Act is a bold step in that direction. And I thank you once again for the time and you taking the time for being here today. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to congratulate you on your first Housing Committee hearing and congratulate you for all of the work you have done, and Council Members Brooks and Gim on this important legislative package. I think we all can agree that COVID-19 has negatively impacted so many Philadelphians. So I want to thank you for being amenable to the amendments offered and your continued dialogue, even up until midnight last night. I want to thank you so much for those conversations. I've learned as a former legislative aide that it's important to ensure that legislation is not only technically correct, but that the intent and the spirit of the legislation is reflected in the final bill. Because if it's not in writing, it does not exist. Clarity and clarification of process, along with meaningful technical and substantive amendments, always lead to a better process. As I have painfully learned in council, it is better to work to get it right on the front end. As a legislative aide, I engaged in a 3-year process to work to pass the lead paint certification legislation. And through lots of hard work and countless hours of endless meetings ad nauseum, we were able to get the legislation passed to make a difference in the lives of the families and the young people that we serve, particularly those in lower income communities. But in this moment, though, we do not have 3 years. We have a finite period to work in concert to make a difference on behalf of the people we serve. So I look forward to hearing from the variety of stakeholders on the call, and also hearing from the bill sponsors the detail of the amendments that we received this morning. I think it's important that we detail those amendments for everyone so that we have a clear understanding of what has been offered in this process and what the amendments look like. So thank you so much, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Kim, would you like to give opening remarks?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and Homelessness on this important package of bills. I'm proud to sponsor a number of these bills before you today that declares housing as a human right, even in our darkest days. First of all, I want to thank my senior colleagues on the committee who have been extraordinary partners in establishing historical rental protection programs over the last several years, including the city's first Renters Defense Fund, the Right to Counsel Law, Just Cause Eviction, and a historic investment in the Housing Trust Fund. Together, we have stood to fight for working Philadelphians and our neediest communities, and we have also called out the deep racism that this country's housing system is built upon. All of us on this committee understand the racist history of redlining, the inequitable ways in which our school funding is based on property taxes, and the long history of people of color, and especially African Americans, being denied access to capital. That is why we are here today, to push harder and to reject business as usual in the midst of crisis. More than ever, we need to take action. We need to support and protect our Philadelphia neighbors to let them know that this time is different. This time, we will not look the other way while banks and industries get bailed out and their houses are foreclosed upon, and we face an avalanche of evictions in our courts. We can't wait. We can't wait because rent is due yet again in 3 days. We can't wait because the courts are opening next week. And the avalanche of evictions that we're talking about exhibits itself in this way. 6 cases will be grouped in 45-minute time slots throughout the week. That is exactly 7.5 minutes per case. 7.5 minutes to determine whether a family keeps a roof over their heads or could be out on the streets. We can't wait because over 2 million Pennsylvanians have filed for unemployment. Nationally, barely more than half of them have had their unemployment claims granted, while others are still waiting or figuring out why they were denied. We can't wait because now we have the potential for tens of millions of dollars in state and federal money to be used in the best ways possible. We have to do better than this, and we can do better than this. Nothing could have prepared us for this pandemic that we are currently facing, but years of action on this city council body have prepared us to take action, to put forth solutions that have been worked on for months and years by many of the advocates that you will be hearing from today who will be testifying in front of you, to protect the health and welfare of our city. Renters can't pay what they don't have, and evictions don't get landlords paid. There is no reason to frame this, as some may have tried, to pit landlords against tenants, but rather to recognize that we have a collective responsibility to work through this crisis together. So today's package is about doing both. Our discussion today is about finding pathways towards resolution that gives a broad range of options to meet the diverse and ever-changing needs of our communities. As has been said before, most of all, it gives the benefit of time. It gives the benefit to access resources without taking away any rights of a landlord to move toward eviction should mediation not work out. We have also made substantive amendments to all of our bills to accommodate concerns that have been raised to us and feedback in collaboration with a broad range of stakeholders. And amidst all this uncertainty, I just want to close by saying that a bright spot has come out of Harrisburg, whom we will hear from today from Representative Jordan Harris, who's been a true champion around this housing issue. I am deeply encouraged about the fact that the state legislature has approved a significant designation of federal COVID stimulus dollars specifically for rent relief assistance, of which Philadelphia should get a meaningful share. This money should absolutely go towards the restoration of the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project, and not only to restore it, but to expand it to meet our emergency needs. It should fund our Right to Counsel program, to fund diversion and the associated costs of the Emergency Housing Protections Act. It should go toward an expansion of PHL rent assist and the opportunity to provide landlords with direct vouchers. And there's no reason then why we can't move forward on all parts of the Emergency Housing Protections Act when there is resources now at our disposal. When confronting the massive inequity our people experience on a regular basis, we know that we can't win things by waiting for better things to happen. We win by taking bold action in uncertain times because it is the necessary thing to do and because it is the right thing to do. I want to thank all my colleagues, to you, Madam Chair, especially the co-sponsors of my bills, Council Members Thomas, Jones, and Heenan on diversion, and Council Members Thomas, Jones, Heenan, and Quinones, Sanchez, Gautier, and Brooks, on all of them, on the eviction moratorium. We have the chance today to show the world that in dark times, another world is truly possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. I wanted to acknowledge that Council Member Squilla has now joined us. Council Member Squilla, can you say a few words just so we can make sure that we can hear and see you, and you can also give any opening remarks that you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you for your hard work on these bills with the group of legislation, and looking forward to the conversation and hearing today and reviewing the amendments as we move forward.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Before we jump into this morning's panels, I wanted to let everyone know that each bill has received some revisions since they were originally introduced. And so here's a summary of those amendments. In all bills, the COVID-19 emergency period now has a fixed end date of August 31st, 2020. The eviction moratorium bill has also been amended to end on August 31st. Those experiencing financial hardship still need to provide a written statement, but that requirement has been expanded to require a signed statement that includes an explanation of the details of the hardship. In the repayment plan bill specifically, that requirement has been expanded even further to include documentation of the hardship where feasible. The bills on rent stabilization, late fee waivers, and repayment plans are now all unified in their application only to tenants with financial hardship. Each has also been amended to last for 9 months after the emergency, after the period of August 31st. The bill on eviction diversion has been amended to remove the 120-day time period and to add that diversion can happen after filing an eviction if the pre-filing requirement cannot be acted on within 45 days of the initial request. In the repayment plan terms, landlords can apply a security deposit to back rent if the tenant's lease ends and is not renewed. Finally, some of the terms of the illegal lockout bill have been amended to comply with other existing sections of the code and fair housing policy. These include amending the penalties for illegal lockouts for violating the Fair Housing Ordinance and how punitive damages can be calculated. I know it can be hard to follow so many changes on the bills, but I appreciate your attention. We've sent this language out to council members last night, and we've also sent you the amended forms of 4 of the bills, and we'll be sending the other 2 this morning. So I just wanted to make sure to get that on the record, and we have also sent amendments to the witnesses. I want to acknowledge that we are joined this morning as well by State Representative Jordan Harris, who's going to give us a brief update on what's going on at the state level. Representative Harris?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, let me thank you all for having me here. If I would have known this was on TV, no, I wouldn't have done anything because I can't get a haircut and I'm struggling, and it's been like this for 3 months. So
you look great.
Everybody else struggling, I feel your pain. But no, I did want to appreciate you all having us here. Listen, I, too, like many of you, have heard from constituents who are having issues with regards to paying their rent and mortgages and the likes because of COVID-19. Growing up in South Philadelphia, I can tell you that, while my mother owned her house, she was lucky to do that early on. I know that utilities weren't always paid on the first of the month. I know about, filling out a medical form to keep your lights on and all other stuff. So, we understand that this pandemic has not just hit people physically from a medical aspect, but financially as well. So working with all of our leaders in Philadelphia, from Representative Jason Dawkins, who's our chair in the House delegation, and Senator Tina Tartaglione over in the Senate, as well as our leadership, Representative McClinton and Youngblood over here in the House, and Senator Hughes and Williams in the Senate. Literally last night, the House passed one of the CARES money documents. In that document, there's a minimum of $150 million that will go to rent and mortgage assistance. So it's going to go through the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. It's going to be called the Mortgage and Rental Assistance Program. A minimum of $150 million is going to be dedicated to rental assistance. Homeowners and renters may be eligible for assistance if they have become employed after March 1st of 2020, or their annual household income was reduced by 30% or more. Grants for renters assistance may cover up to 100% of individuals' monthly rent not to exceed $750 a month for a maximum of 6 months. Grants for mortgage assistance may cover up to 100% of the individual's mortgage not to exceed $1,000 per month for a maximum of 6 months. All payments are going to have to be made by November 30th of this year, and the payments are going to go directly to landlords or mortgage lessees. And the application deadline is going to be at the end of September. Now, the application is not available as of right this moment because, again, this literally happened last night. We anticipate that PHFA will have the application up very, very shortly, understanding that there's a short time frame, and we want to make sure that folks are available. So we will work with all of you to make sure when the applications are ready that we share that information so that we can get that information out to all of our constituents so that they can apply. Now, again, the minimum is $150 million. My hope, my goal is that when we see the great need for this, that when we return to session, we can put more resources in. But I'm glad that we were able to work together and provide resources for folks, understanding that housing is essential. There's no question about it. It is essential. So I appreciate that, and thank you so much for having us and for all of your support as we worked on trying to get this stuff done in Harrisburg.
That is really great and wonderful. Do you know how much of that money is coming to Philadelphia?
So it's not necessarily earmarked as in this amount for this place or that place. I think what we have to do is we have to work collaboratively to ensure that when the applications come out, that one, we get those applications to our constituents, and two, that if there are technical assistance needs, that we can help provide that. But the fact is, we know that there's a great need here in Philadelphia, and I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of applications here for Philadelphia. So I would estimate that a significant amount of resources will be coming to the city of the first class.
Great. We thank you so much for your support, for your hard work to make this happen. I think this opens up a lot of possibilities for what we can do to really help people, and hopefully makes the conversation that we're having today easier as well. I see that council members are wanting to ask questions, but I know that you were here briefly and we have to move on, and so I'm going to actually ask that those questions be held until later and that we move on with the rest of the hearings. But I was excited to have this news brought before this committee.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Representative Harris. All righty. And I will make sure that we get any follow-up questions to the representative as well. So before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Weiss, will you please read the titles of the bills?
Bill number 200294, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for an eviction diversion program and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200295, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for temporary eviction relief and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200301, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for temporary rent stabilization and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200302, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for the temporary waiver of certain fees and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200304, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for relief to tenants who have been illegally locked out of their residences and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200305, an ordinance amending various sections of the Philadelphia Code to address matters related to the landlord and tenant relationship during the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic and otherwise, including providing for payment agreements for tenants with a certified financial hardship related to COVID-19 and making certain technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions.
Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Mr. Weiss, will you please call the first panel or witness we have to testify this morning?
Sure. The first panel is Rue Landau and the Honorable Annette Rizzo.
Great. Good morning. Are you both connected and ready to proceed?
Good morning. I am.
Yes. Good morning, Judge Rizzo. Good to see you, Rue. I don't know if I'm connected by video, though.
Okay, that's okay. Rue, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure, absolutely. Rue Landau, Executive Director of the Fair Housing Commission. First, I want to thank all the council people for your incredible work on these bills. Your dedication, your staff's dedication is amazing. And also the gift that we have of Representative Harris just telling us what happened last night in Harrisburg is it's money from heaven for people who really need it here in Philadelphia. So we're starting today in a complicated way because the bills got amended throughout the night and through this morning. But we are also in a much better position than we were when we all went to bed last night. So that is great news, and I'm ready to roll. So thank you to Chairperson Gautier and members of the Housing, Neighborhood Development, and the Homeless Committee for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of bills 200, 294, 295, 301, 302, 304, and 305, as amended. I want to thank Councilmember Gim and Brooks and all of the co-sponsors of these bills. As I said before, I'm Rue Landau, Executive Director of the Fair Housing Commission, the agency that enforces the Fair Housing Ordinance. The Fair Housing Ordinance, enacted in 1962, prohibits certain unfair rental practices by landlords and gives the Commission the authority to address unsafe and unhealthy conditions in rental properties through adjudicatory hearings, as well as through its investigatory and subpoena authority. Each year, the Fair Housing Commission dockets approximately 450 cases that are adjudicated by the commissioners, often through multiple hearings, as landlords complete necessary repairs to their properties and L&I issues complied inspection reports. Over the years, the Fair Housing Commission has played an increasingly important role in improving the quality of rental properties for low-income Philadelphians and preventing unfair rental practices that often result in eviction. The current global pandemic has created a devastating financial hardship for thousands of Philadelphians who are struggling with a loss of income. Not surprisingly, due to historic, structural, and systemic inequities, the pandemic has taken the greatest toll on people of color. Many Philadelphians are among the nearly 2 million Pennsylvanians who have applied for unemployment compensation, 30% of whom are still waiting for their claims to be processed. Others are not eligible to file for reasons such as their work history or immigration status. And Philadelphia small businesses have been hit hard, with many owners unable to obtain loans and grants needed to weather through this crisis. In the past 2 months, the Commission has received many calls from tenants fearful of eviction because they're unable to pay their rent. And tenant advocates have reported to us that landlords are threatening to illegally lock out tenants for non-payment. During the current court-imposed eviction moratorium of sorts, landlords are not proceeding with formal evictions, but that soon will change. Just this week, leadership of the municipal court announced at a bar association meeting that evictions will resume on July 10th, and they are committed to moving cases quickly without the lawyer for the day program, leaving many tenants without counsel to navigate the difficult process. Philadelphia already faced a significant eviction crisis before the pandemic, with 18,000 cases filed against tenants in municipal court last year. We cannot afford to add to that number. The consequences of evictions for low-income families, many of which are led by single mothers, are far too severe. During this public health and economic crisis, we need people housed, not homeless. Together, these emergency housing bills create a package of relief that will protect vulnerable tenants to secure the time and money they need to become current in their rent. They also will help landlords receive ongoing rental payments as well as a portion of rent owed, so they can keep tenants in their units and avoid the cost of eviction. Overall, the bills will prevent mass homelessness, vacant properties, and damage to tenants' credit reports from the filing of municipal court complaints. All 6 of these bills amend the Fair Housing Ordinance and were created to offset the financial hardships most Philadelphians are experiencing due to the COVID pandemic. So I believe I got the amendments straight here. So I'm going to go a quick run through of the bills so we can get them in order. Bill 200295 provides a buffer period in which landlords are prohibited from filing or proceeding with an eviction during the COVID-19 emergency period, which ends on August 31st, 2020. The bill also creates an important exception for evictions that are necessary to resolve an imminent threat of harm. Bill 200294 creates an eviction diversion program where tenants and landlords can work with a mediator to resolve alleged lease violations and negotiate repayment agreements for back rent before the landlord is permitted to proceed with a complaint in municipal court. The diversion program is for tenants suffering COVID-related hardships and will be in place for the COVID emergency period. This program is an essential pause at the start of the eviction process. It creates a space where landlords and tenants can talk to each other and discuss options. In some cases, landlords can learn whether their mortgage was covered under the original forbearance provisions of the CARES Act or whether they're eligible for a loan modification. In fact, many landlords will be eligible to get mortgage assistance that was just announced yesterday at the state, and tenants will be able to get rental assistance, making this pause even more important. In some cases, when tenants won't be able to pay at all, it's going to create this graceful exit for tenants, preserving a tenant's credit report from a municipal court filing and saving landlords hundreds of dollars in legal fees and eviction fees. As amended, if a conference doesn't occur, a conciliation conference doesn't occur within 45 days, landlords can move forward with the eviction. Bill 200305 establishes a mandatory rent repayment agreement for any tenant who suffers a COVID-related financial hardship and has failed to pay rent from March 1st, 2020 through the COVID emergency period, August 31st, 2020, so long as the tenant certifies their hardship in writing to their landlord. Under the repayment agreement, the tenant must pay the full amount of past due rent to the landlord within 9 months after the last day of the COVID emergency period. Starting the month after the COVID emergency period, the tenant must pay their full monthly rent plus either 30% of their monthly rent or the total amount of past due rent divided by 9, whichever is less. During the repayment period, the landlord cannot reduce the agreement to a judgment or terminate the lease unless the landlord provides the tenant with a specific 30-day notice and the eviction is based on non-payment of ongoing monthly rent. So to be clear, the tenant will start to pay ongoing rent plus a portion of the back rent to catch up within 9 months. Bill 200301 ensures landlords cannot raise the rent or other fees, and Bill 200302 waives all late fees and fines for 9 months after the COVID emergency period. These are for tenants who suffered a COVID-related financial hardship and sends a certification to the landlord. Fees cannot be charged starting March 1st, 2020. And finally, Bill 200304, which is so essential right now, it amends the existing self-help eviction illegal lockout ordinance by explicitly vesting enforcement of the law with the Fair Housing Commission. It also increases the penalties for violations to a Class 3 offense up to $2,000 and creates a private right of action. This amendment is essential to ensure that tenants have a forum to file complaints if their landlords engage in unlawful self-help evictions, which includes changing the locks, cutting off utilities, taking off windows and doors to the properties, or other similar actions, which sadly we see all the time. Any violations of these bills would be considered an unfair rental practice under Fair Housing Ordinance, and tenants can file complaints with our office. Depending on which provision is violated, staff may seek to resolve the case through mediation, or the case will be referred to the commissioners for further action, whether it's an administrative order or a full fact-finding hearing. While we don't have a large staff, we are dedicated to enforcing the law and ensuring that fairness is delivered as efficiently as possible. And to all of you who did all of the heavy lifting up until now, we are happy to do our share and do the heavy lifting on this side. I want to thank the bill sponsors again for taking the lead and getting ahead of what likely could be a mass eviction crisis in Philadelphia. These bills strike the right balance of preventing evictions of tenants who have been harmed by the pandemic and preserving necessary income for landlords in ongoing monthly installments. Creating this framework will help Philadelphia weather the storm of this pandemic safely and justly. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Judge Rizzo, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
The Honorable Ann Rizzo, for echoing.
Please proceed.
Okay. Madam Chair, do you hear me? Because I'm hearing an echo.
I hear it as well, so any support we can get from tech support would be great, but I think we have to move forward in the best way we can.
Understood. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair Gauthier, Vice Chair Jones, also members of this Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I am here really at the behest of Councilmember Gim, for staff, to sort of do a little bit of referral back to what were some programs that we found some success in Philadelphia. I'm already inspired by what has been set forward in terms of the mission here. I'm not here to necessarily address certain aspects of every bill, but rather to talk about an historic and forward-thinking context what diversion did and what it can do. So I celebrate all of that, but I'm not necessarily addressing all the bills other than for chance diversion. So in the words of Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again with a twist, an unfortunate twist. Some 12 years ago, I sat before members of this esteemed council to report to you the devastating impact on the stability of the city's housing as a result of the meltdown of the mortgage finance world. A shock heard around the world, and Philadelphia, like other centers across the Commonwealth, this country, the world, were not immune to its impact. I was then honored to serve on the bench of the First Judicial District, the FJD, and with the undaunting aid of judicial leaders, the mayor, city council, HUD, OHCD, the Bar Association, and key stakeholders from every side of the issue, the mortgage foreclosure diversion program was launched in just 7 weeks in the spring of 2008. An established steering committee comprised of stakeholders from the court, consumer bar, the city, lender servicer bar, led the helm to collaboratively develop and oversee the program. I'm proud to share that this deliberative body remains in force today, passing its 15th year marker. They are the stewards of the program. At that time, those within the FJD were all working on stretch assignment. I still carried a full civil major jury caseload, and our law clerk, Rachel Gallegos, was handling all the duties of my chambers while orchestrating the ballet of courtroom 676 on Thursdays, where conciliation conferences have been held religiously to the present day, absent this COVID shutdown. It was a pilot program with a small p to manage the undaunting explosion of foreclosures hitting our courts. It found itself at the center of all media outlets, from Nightline to the front page of the New York Times. I was called to testify about its progress in Harrisburg, Capitol Hill, and other federal agencies and court systems. The program was the focus of documentaries, university instruction, health studies, numerous state conferences, an EU conference in Europe, and even a summit at the White House. The program became known as the gold standard. The Philadelphia model was a real boots-on-the-ground program that proved a way to calm the torrent of cases coming into the system. We led by example, and many followed. I would be remiss not to shout out to Vice Chair Curtis Jones, who out of the box was the lead voice from this body to support the program. Well, we're back in the game, Council Member Jones, and so here we're going to go. Built it, they came, and they continue to come in a forum which permits real dialogue of conciliation to find sustainable solutions between distressed homeowners and the leader servicers to keep Philadelphians in their homes and out of homelessness. Philly Save Your Home Hotline provided the portal to the diversion program to triage cases and best assist those in need of real-time guidance through the gauntlet of an often challenging court system. With the unparalleled network of exceptional housing counselors who continue to walk the walk with those most in need, whether it be accessing direct mortgage assistance, by way of modifications or deferrals, linkage to needed social services, or guidance through a court process, the mantra has never changed. Save homes one address at a time. Referring to recent data indicates that through the life of the program, I know Curtis Jones mentioned 14,000. In fact, the number to date indicates 16,000 homes have been saved from foreclosure. Some 77% of distressed homeowners participated. Results which I'm happy to say have been maintained through the life of the program. It is a mandatory program for owner-occupied properties upon the filing of a foreclosure action, so it is post-filing. A conciliation date is issued at that initial filing, and therein begins the process. It activates with a call to the hotline, where a homeowner is connected through focused triage by incredible members of a hotline team at Philadelphia Legal Assistance. Linkage is then given to a housing counselor. That human-to-human contact is very important. Callers are screened to determine the assignment to a particular agency based on location, senior status, military, and whether or not they are veterans, language issues, and any other special needs or impairment. That forged relationship between housing counsel and homeowner has been the anchor to this program. Once in session, meaningful dialogue brings about resolutions, in particular to a certain household. And I also want to mention two things. I know Ms. Landau mentioned graceful exit, which was also our mantra. Deals are trying to work out or graceful exit is reached. In any which way, people coming through the program are at a better status and more stabilized coming through the program than not, and going through the long and broad approach of foreclosure in our judicial system. It is postponement with purpose. So therefore, in terms of even tracking data of cases that remained in the system, every step taken was actually in a contained fashion, not found to be very lengthy compared to other jurisdictions, but nonetheless, it was postponement with purpose. And that is the only reason that it should be given under the auspices, of course, of court process. Since its inception, the deals struck have proven sustainable under ongoing analysis and data collection from the Reinvestment Fund. And I direct you to that website who collected data on our program and on day one that shows where the sustainability is of those who came through the system, in fact, remained out of the system, and that was always the mission. A team of volunteer lawyers serving as counsel to some participants and as judge pro tems to oversee mediated sessions have contributed to the program's ongoing robust results, as well as a mandatory financial literacy program for those in diversion to find ways to reach financial help in their everyday lives. To talk about stability of housing specifically is in the rental universe, the obvious focus here today is under a new reality. And I think everyone spoke to it so eloquently about what situation we're dealing with and the unknowns of that. Words such as unprecedented, catastrophic describe the new world we're in. They are truly extraordinary times, which in my opinion beget extraordinary response. With an anticipated onslaught of eviction matters flooding the system, after rental moratoria are lifted, an opportunity presents itself to develop a pilot diversionary program to find early means to resolve disputes and maintain tenancy, which is sustainable. Exigent circumstances birthed the mortgage foreclosure diversion program in a time of great need. Extraordinary circumstances beget extraordinary response. So I join the chorus to praise the amazing efforts put forth by this administration, this esteemed city council, and all the city agencies to deal with the uncertain and devastating world in which we all have found ourselves. They must govern and protect us as citizens through these uncharted times. I especially commend the leaders of the First Judicial District in their ongoing efforts to recalibrate our local justice system to meet the needs of due process in such difficult times, to develop a plan that will restore desperately needed judicial function while safeguarding their staff and all those who come before the court to be heard. A recent order from the municipal court addressing proposed protocols on reopening the landlord-tenant program, reference is made to the possibility of a diversion program to connect tenants with rental assistance programs and other related services. We should also link President Judge Dugan and Civil Division Supervising Judge Bradley Moss for the efforts they are making to explore new programs in the face of significant caseloads created by the pandemic. Eviction is a court process, and recognition must be made of the constraints which flow from managing this robust program in a comprehensive judicial system. A pilot diversion program pre-suit could be an avenue of exploration to reduce burden to the court and provide early intervention in landlord-tenant disputes. Whether pre or post-filing, such a program could be the basis to bring together distressed tenants and landlords in meaningful dialogue and connect not only tenants with the emergency-driven resources, but also distressed landlords who are burdened under the lockdown and associated health concerns. Collateral fallout of massive evictions would drive landlords into unforeseen foreclosure, and diversion could be a basis of linkage to assistance programs for property owners as well. And I understand that particularly with the amendments being offered today, as well as Ms. Landau's comments, the balance of actually providing a forum, a table, a platform where both landlord and tenants can resolve specific disputes and yet have sustainability in their operations for landlords as well as tenants and households is a win-win for everyone. Two key factors should be considered in this process, and they would be the convening of a working group comprised of stakeholders to the process in collaboration with the courts to oversee a pilot program and a team of dedicated housing counselors. In my estimation, they are the heart of any diversion program and critical to the process. We should also have open season, open forum to other chances of being creative and explore other opportunities. I am presently in my retired status, which is odd to say, with JAMS, Judicial Arbitration Mediation Services. They are the largest provider of mediation services in the world, and I am exploring the possibility of private entities stepping up to assist in this much needed time to oversee getting through this crisis period. So, though clearly distinct from the mortgage property world, its fundamental core remains the same: to provide safe housing for our citizens in properties where there is the ability to pay rent on a sustainable basis in a habitable property. It is the only way to stabilize households, blocks, neighborhoods. They are the heart of Philadelphia. So in the housing arena, we have been here before. We are a city of hardcore resilience and passion. We are innovators and leaders. And now is the time to lead. I am here to be of assistance, whether in questioning today or going further with this esteemed body. Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for inviting me into the conversation. But we are all in this together, as they say in every commercial we ever see on TV. And as I end every statement I've made over all these years, may the force be with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Judge Rizzo. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee for these witnesses?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Great. Go ahead, Council Member.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for being the vanguard of diversion. And there are many lessons that can be learned from that process. It is very different in the notion of property ownership and then renting. I get it, but the tenets of those kinds of counseling, the tenets of those kinds of reconciliation agreements, the tenets of what can be done are there. And I just want to thank you, you and the courts. I remember going over there, my first visit with you, and you were quick to understand the need, just like you are now. And 13 or so years later, thank you so very much for what you've done for Philadelphia and home ownership, and now potentially renters who are the other aspect of living in Philadelphia. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Quinones Sanchez.
I believe Councilwoman Gibb was before me, so I don't know.
Oh, okay, great. We can go with Council Member Gim. Council Member Gim, proceed with your question.
Yes, thank you. And certainly I want to allow my colleagues on the committee to be able to be heard first. But thank you very much, Councilmember Quinones Sanchez. And in the future, just happy to go after all the other committee members. I just wanted to ask a very quick question of Judge Rizzo. I wanted to thank Ms. Landau for your testimony and for the administration's partnership on this effort. I think this is a much different process when the administration is a willing partner, as you have been on many other issues, including the anti-eviction task force, the fair housing work, but having you as a partner means a lot. But for Judge Rizzo, and first of all, thank you again, as Councilman Jones made very clear, you are the face of everything that shows that determination, smarts, brains, and the ability to navigate complicated dynamics within the courts and the public can actually lead to not only just successful programs, but actually national models. And one of the things that I wanted to say to the committee also is that we've had a great amount of partnership with the current courts, including Judge Moss and Judge Dugan, who've been very supportive. They've actually, under their guidelines on the court reopening, they made a mention that they are willing to open up their courtroom to the potential for mediation diversion housed within the courts, so long as we bring resources to the table and we have partnerships that are available to them. So I think that is really important. And for my question to Judge Rizzo is, with your experience in establishing a diversion program, could you also help us be at the table, maybe even working with the courts, being willing to do that, to be a liaison, for example, in the potential for an eviction diversion program?
Okay, Madam Chair, should I respond now? Yes? Yes, okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, okay. Thank you. First of all, Vice Chair Jones, thank you for your comments. Right back at you, I have to say in that regard. With respect to Councilmember Gims' question and comment, two things come to mind. First, I am of assistance in any regard that can be of help to continue dialogue because the potential is there. We just have to sort it out. We also have a model, and it really came to mind when we heard about this amazing gift that came yesterday of funding regarding rental assistance, mortgage assistance. During the time of crisis, the Emergency Homeowners Loan Program came forward under the Obama administration. And we literally, and I say we as a team, came together to actually, with the Housing Council support, do round-the-clock, even weekend efforts to triage and bring cases in to make sure there was connectivity of funds to needed households. And I'm proud to say, in Philadelphia, the Commonwealth, we got the most money from that national program. And actually related, we had the largest amount given to Philadelphia of the whole country because we stepped up to do it. And I could very much see a very contained pilot that just deals with a silo of cases that are burgeoning right now that could be subject to dialogue to connect these funds. And that is defined, and it's a ramp up, and it's a pull of arms. But my hope is that we have the ability to do it. So, yes.
Thank you very much.
Short answer, yes.
Thank you very much, Judge Rizzo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Thank you. I also just would be remiss not to thank you, Judge Rizzo, for all the work you did during that time. We learned a lot of lessons through that process. And with the money coming from the state, I really do look forward to us being able to provide ultimately tenants the money they need, right, to get out of some of these bad situations. Given the lessons learned, and I think you were a little cautious around the implementation in a post-COVID world, knowing how the courts have worked, what are like the 1, 2, 3 things? And the Housing Council, I'll get to that conversation with Rue afterwards. What are the 1, 2, 3 things that we need to publicly hold the courts to in order for this work? Because I'm not as optimistic as Councilwoman Gim on the courts' cooperation, because we have many different issues in planning and development where the court's uncertainty makes hard for us to ensure due process for people.
Yeah, so thank, and also as well to you, I had the, another shout out to you, Councilmember Quinones Sanchez, because you were also there hip to hip during a lot of the foreclosure work we did. So thank you as well. I am obviously someone who came out of the court, but not of the court. Municipal court, of course, runs in its own way because of the level of jurisdiction by which it deals. It's also under the auspices of P.J. Dugan and also Judge Moss. So a lot of it, just in terms of just impediments, is just real estate to stage something like this safely. We didn't have the health concerns, obviously, with foreclosure. And in fact, there are modifications being made to that program to ensure safety and under CDC guidelines, etc. So we have that impediment. We also have the input of sweat equity. You have to have someone who's willing within the courts to be dedicated or assigned to help coordinate within. That's post-filing. With respect to pre-filing, it really would be, in my opinion, dedicated resources to get people under the hood, to really get the word out that it would be a benefit and connection to, again, these very, very necessary funds, both for landlords and tenants. That early intervention is the way to go. And that would be through a series of media outlets. I remember when we started foreclosure, Mayor Nutter did a blast in terms of TV. He was on the back of buses. Notices were in utility bills. He just called his hotline to get the process started. So PEP is a good base for that in terms of having that ability to connect distressed tenants to the hotline. but as well outreach, and that's why you need stakeholders around the table to really work out what could bring parties to the table pre-suit, pre-filing, to understand that it's going to be a win-win because there's going to be some assistance and other services connected to make their either business sustainable or a household. I can't speak to what the hurdles could be. I think it's just continued dialogue, and when there is a wave and a need presented, again, extraordinary times beget extraordinary response. So I think that's a quick dialogue, but it has to be ongoing and intense.
Thank you so much. Ruth, thank you. You know, I consider you our housing guru of all things possible, right? You're the how person, not the no person. The stakeholders needed to really make this work, right? And I think Judge Rizzo alluded to it. Do you have any idea what kind of financial investment we should be investing in this? We cannot do this with our partners on the ground, right? And one of the things that made the mortgage foreclosure so successful was NACS and everybody involved. Has there been any preliminary discussions with you from the administration about investment?
There hasn't been a money investment discussion. There's been a who can handle this discussion. It's a volume discussion. We have a really small staff at the Fair Housing Commission. We certainly would not be able to handle it on our own, but we would love to take a part of it. One thing I can bring to the table now, which is great news, is that University of Pennsylvania Law School's mediation clinic has reached out to us, and they really want to help. So they will be another partner in this piece. And I agree with Judge Rizzo. There's going to be a lot of people rolling up their sleeves and coming together. I actually think one of our biggest problems is going to be where it will be physically housed because we do not have the room. And many other places do not have the physical room for this. The difference between her diversion program is it was after filing. So they had the courtroom, they had the area. And we need physical space as well as many people trained quickly on the ground who can help with these conversations. While I'm unmuted, I just wanted to throw a shout out to Judge Rizzo and say I intended to give you credit for your wonderful, graceful exit comment, and I did not. So thank you. You've been doing this for a long time, and you've come up with all of the phrases that make the most sense in this crisis.
Thank you both, ladies. We will not be able to do this program without you, and we look forward to working with both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Gim for a brief point of information.
Yes, I just wanted to let my colleagues know that next week we'll be convening a larger meeting with a number of the stakeholders on the working group for the for a potential eviction diversion program, should it make it out of council committee today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Weiss, will you please call the next panel or witness to testify?
Yes. Sorry. R.E. Peebles, Courtney Peebles, Jacqueline Leck, with an introduction by Jacob Spidell, Sam Chenkin, Reverend Robert Collier Sr., and Marianne Frey.
Great. Is everyone connected and ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask that each testifier keep their remarks to no longer than 3 minutes so that we can have an opportunity to hear from everybody today. Okay. Courtney Peebles, can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony? I'm sorry, R.E. Peebles.
Okay. Good morning. My name is R.E. Peebles. Thank you very much for providing me another opportunity to testify on the ways in which City Council can help ensure that vulnerable renters are protected during this economic and health crisis. I want to begin by thanking Council members Kendra Brooks, Helen Gim, and Jamie Gauthier for continuing to champion housing as a human right. I'm a small business owner, and my daughter Courtney Peebles and I reside in West Philly. My daughter and I have pre-existing health conditions that make us vulnerable to COVID-19. We both have bronchial asthma. We take albuterol 3 times a day via machine that was disrupted by our landlord's actions. I've witnessed great corruption within my time as a renter here in Philadelphia, and I've experienced great trauma, embarrassment, and disappointment with the way landlords and police officers treat Philadelphians. When I moved to Southwest Philly with my daughter, we lived in a small one-bedroom apartment until we could find something larger. But my landlord didn't pay his city taxes and the living conditions were deplorable. So the city shut it down. We had to move immediately. I found a small room in Cos Creek, but 2 weeks later we discovered we were victims of fraud. We made police reports, and soon those police reports of us being victims became reports that we were actually committing a crime of trespassing because the landlord was hell-bent on us spending time in jail. I was arrested at work, and I lost my job due to this arrest. Also spent the night in jail. Fast forward to September 2019, we moved into our 2-bedroom apartment, and we were doing well. My digital marketing business and my daughter's teaching assistant job. We were stable until the pandemic hit our city in March of 2020. My daughter lost her job. We had every intention to pay the rent, but we needed a few more days. I contacted the landlord, Mr. Shane Timmons, to let him know that we wouldn't have the rent until April 5th, 2020. He proceeded to shut off my hot water, to which he responded he would turn it back on when he was in receipt of the rent. I asked him could he waive the $80 late fee. He told me no, I would have to pay the full $880. I told him I would not have the $80 late fee. We talked to a lawyer. They told us we had a right to turn our water back on. We attempted to do that. He got angry and told us that we would have to now pay $825 a month for damages to the door. He then returned back to the property to turn off our lights, heat, cooking gas, and told us that we were getting out of his home. We tried on several occasions to reasonably discuss with the landlord how this was violating our tenants' rights, but Shane Timmons refused to reason with us. I stood up to correct the situation and my lights were turned back on, but I'm still without running hot water, heat, and my stove doesn't work. I'm still concerned about eviction in the coming months. My daughter is still out of work, and she has yet to be approved for unemployment. If we had the bills being discussed today earlier this month, I would be able to find my landlord for an illegal lockout. I wouldn't have to worry about being evicted. My landlord and I could have went through the diversion program. My daughter and I could have started the 12-month repayment plan, and we wouldn't have to worry about rent increases in the next couple of months. This is why I am in support of the Emergency Housing Protection Act. All 6 bills not only support me, they also support thousands of families across Philadelphia. I used to love this city, and I would like to fall in love with it again. These bills will help me to feel like I matter, like we matter. They will help me feel secure and safe in my home, and they would help me to feel and know that community leaders are not alone in caring for our well-being. By lighting the way for others, we are able to light our own path. I'm calling on you today, City Council, to light the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ari, for your testimony. Next, can we have Jacqueline Leck and Jacob Seidel state your names for the record? And then I believe, Jacob, you're going to do an introduction before Jacqueline proceeds with testimony.
Good morning. This is Jacob Seidel. I'm the Director of Tenant Rights at Senior Law Center. We provide legal assistance to people aged 60 and over, and we're partners in the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project. Since this crisis has begun, we've received calls every day from seniors who are terrified about what will happen to them during this pandemic that's disproportionately dangerous to people aged 60 and over. And Jacqueline Leck is just one of many people who would benefit from passage of this package of 6 emergency housing bills. And I'll hand that baton over to Ms. Leck to tell her own story.
Ms. Leck, could you please state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony? Ms. Leck, are you there? Are you on mute? Does anybody know if we have Ms. Leck on?
I know Ms. Leck was on earlier.
Okay, we're going to...
I can mute my line and call her.
Okay, great. We'll move on while you do that, and we'll get her on later. Can our next witness, Sam Chenkin, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Hello, my name is Sam Chenkin. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Sam Chenkin. I live in Cedar Park in West Philadelphia, and I am a small landlord testifying in favor of these bills today. I'm here because I was really infuriated by the petulant and out-of-touch letter from HAPCO claiming to speak on behalf of small landlords like me. So I'm here as a small Philadelphia landlord to make sure that my voice isn't co-opted to serve the interests of large multi-property landlords. This crisis is hurting everyone, myself included. I'm scared. I am a small business owner. I remain uncertain about my future. But I'm also a community member, and I want to make sure that today we prioritize those in greater need. The fact is, I will probably be fine, and so will other landlords. Being a landlord means having access to wealth. I was only able to purchase a home because I am upper middle class. I have savings. I have a family who has some savings who can help me if I need. And ultimately, like most landlords in this city, I'm white and I have a university education. Even if I were to lose this home, unlikely, given my other resources, I'll probably be okay. So why would you choose to prioritize me at this moment? What about the other people in this city, mostly Black and brown people, who are materially struggling to survive right now? Because of systemic racism and greed, the renters of the city don't have the same ability that I have to bounce back. They're less likely to have family wealth or savings or jobs that can be done remotely. They're more likely to get evicted than I am to lose my home, and they are less likely to recover. It can take years to recover from an eviction, and in that time, it's harder to hold a job, to raise kids, or to stay healthy. So let's just choose not to do this. Let's avoid what could be the largest eviction crisis of our generation, a crisis that will have long-term implications for our residents and our economy. These bills buy us time to breathe and recover. Unlike the people who are fighting these bills, I am actually a small landlord. And that means that I care about my tenants, most of whom are Black and brown. I live in the same community that I rent in, and I am responsible for making it better. My tenants are struggling. Most have been laid off or seen reduced hours. I'm using the resources available to me to support my tenants. I have put my mortgage in forbearance, an option I have thanks to federal relief funds, and I am not charging rent. I have made money available from my savings if I need it, and I am living a more subdued lifestyle. Unlike the rich landlords who are fighting this bill, I am doing my part. I refuse to let them claim my experience for their greed, and I promise, unlike them, that I will still be here when this crisis is over. I stand in solidarity with my community, and I urge you to support these bills. Your choice is clear. Will you support the rich who will not see long-term consequences from this crisis, or the poor who are already struggling to survive? Please support me by supporting my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Can we have our next witness, Courtney Peebles? Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. Do we have Courtney on? Okay, we'll come back if we can get her on the line. Can we have our next witness, Reverend Robert Collier? Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. I am Reverend Robert Collier, the pastor of Galilee Baptist Church in Roxborough and the president of the Black Clergy of Philadelphia and vicinity. I am proud to represent the bishops, pastors, evangelists, ministers, and congregations of the Black Clergy of Philadelphia and vicinity in testifying in this official hearing in City Council Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and the Homeless. We support the legislation, the Emergency Housing Protection Act, and the efforts of council members Kendra Brooks, Jamie Gauthier, and Helen Ginn, and others. This legislation is crucial to providing help to our neighbors who have lost their jobs in this COVID-19 pandemic by, one, extending the eviction moratorium for 60 days after the state of emergency, two, establish a mandatory diversion program in landlord-tenant court, three, establish a rental repayment program, four, prohibit rent hikes for a limited period of time after the state of emergency, five, prohibit late fees, six, allow renters who have illegally evicted to seek damages in civil court. The scripture tells us to love thy neighbor as thyself. Our neighbors are the ones we seek protection from homelessness. We have a large population of poor and working poor in Philadelphia without help in the housing situation. many of our neighbors would be homeless. We encourage the passage of the Emergency Housing Protection Act as a humane way to allow the poor and left out an opportunity to have a quality of life that the services provide. That is food, clothing, and shelter. Without shelter, that is housing, food and clothing would be greatly compromised as well. Thank you on behalf of the faith community for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Reverend. I'm going to ask, if you are not currently speaking, please remember to remain on mute so that we don't get unwanted noise and feedback, and so we can hear all of our testifiers. Can our next witness, Marianne Frey, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, and thank you to Madam Chair Gautier, Vice Chair Jones, Council Members Gim, Brooks, Heenan, Quinones Sanchez, Squilla, Gilmore Richardson, Dome, and Bass. Thank you so much for calling on me today to share how the novel coronavirus of 2019 pandemic has impacted families in Philadelphia. My name is Marianne Frey, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Maternity Care Coalition, MCC. At MCC, we provide critically needed support to pregnant women and newly parenting families. Our clients are overwhelmingly women of color, and over half of MCC's clients are Black women. MCC clients are disproportionately impacted by the social determinants of health, and as a result, many MCC families experience housing insecurity. Even before the pandemic, finding and maintaining safe and affordable housing was a challenge. Now, as I think about who is most likely to be impacted by evictions, we all know it is MCC clients, Black women and women of color who are heads of their households. Mothers who are doing everything in their power to provide for their children during this unprecedented time. To recover, families must be supported and protected to stay in their homes after the emergency order is lifted. With decades of experience, we know that stable housing is of the utmost importance to families. Housing insecurity and homelessness place children at greater risk for exposure to adverse childhood experiences, which can negatively impact a child's lifelong health and achievement. Conversely, when a family has safe housing and their basic needs are met, parents and caregivers are in a place where they can work on goals like parenting, furthering their education and career, and building a support network. For children, especially infants and toddlers, stable housing provides a foundation for routine, repetition, and a sense of normalcy, all of which are critical for healthy development. Facing eviction is all too common for many MCC families. In fact, most recently, we had a client, I'll call her Nancy, who's a single mother of two, a 9-year-old son with a complex medical history and a 7-month-old baby. Her housing situation was not ideal. The home had mold and was overcrowded. Recently, Nancy and her children were being threatened with eviction. MCC was able to support Nancy by connecting her to Community Legal Services, a reputable real estate agent, and provided her with budgeting education. Thankfully, today, Nancy and her children are safe and established in a new home. However, Nancy's story is not unique. If the city of Philadelphia doesn't act now to protect renters, we anticipate a torrent of clients requiring this intensive support. MCC will, of course, work hard to support families to stay in their homes or to find new safe housing, but we cannot do it alone. We need the city's help to prevent evictions and lockout following this crisis. Some families have been able to temporarily offset their loss of income by accessing unemployment compensation, SNAP, and utility benefits. However, questions linger about what will happen for those who have fallen behind on their bills during the pandemic. Many families have been unable to pay rent and fear being evicted once the emergency order is lifted. Over and over and over, we are hearing, how am I going to pay my rent? Where are my kids going to go? Where am I going to go if I get evicted? Black and brown mothers and families with young children will greatly benefit from the common sense provisions put forth in this Emergency Housing Protection Act. MCC strongly supports these measures as they will enable families to stay in their homes and provide them a pathway to recovery. Thank you, and thank you so much for the collaboration that I've heard across all of the agencies. You're doing great work, and I look forward to partnering.
Thank you so much, Ms. Frey. I'm told that Ms. Courtney Peebles is on the line. Can we get you to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Yes, my name is Courtney Peebles. Let me pull up my statement. Okay, hello, my name is Courtney Peebles, and I am speaking on what I experienced with my landlord during this global pandemic. With the climate that is going on, we have to be aware that there's a lot of brutality going on along with the global pandemic. Thousands are without work or homebound. I was greatly disappointed that a provider of shelter would use his power against me in the middle of a pandemic where options are little to none. He held this situation over my head, and it was out of my control. He put me and my mom into a dangerous living environment, which is completely unacceptable. Every human deserves basic human rights, especially when the CDC is requiring you to have hot water and disinfect to stay clear of COVID. Unfortunately, I had no hot water, gas, or light. So this situation put me into the path of possibly getting sick, in which I still have no hot water or running shower. What he did was illegal and foul, what gives him the right to inflict misery and suffering on another human. Fortunately, there is a group in Philadelphia fighting for our rights every day. I support the Emergency Housing Protection Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for sharing your story. Can we circle back around to see if we have Ms. Jacqueline Leck on the line? Are you connected? Ms. Leck? Okay. Well, with that, I want to ask if any members of the committee have questions for these witnesses. There being none, Mr. Weiss, will you please call the next panel or witness to testify?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my apologies. This is Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson. I just wanted to thank the last panel, but specifically Mary Ann Frey from Maternity Care Coalition. We're a part of the Maternity Care Coalition here in my household, and we just wanted to thank you for your continued work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
Mr. Weiss, please proceed.
Bethany Rusin, Brianna Westbrook, Reverend Eric Dobson, Monique Atkinson, Kianga Yamada Taylor.
All righty. We can start with Kianga Yamada Taylor. Can you please state your name for the, are you there and connected, number one? Okay. We will move forward to Monique Atkinson. Are you there and connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony?
My name is Atkinson, and I'm from 1 PA. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. I just want to say thank y'all for letting me testify today. My name is Monique Atkinson. I live in Germantown, and I'm in the 8th City Council District. I am a leader with 1 PA. I'm here today to call for the passing of Emergency Housing Protection Act. I work as a home care aide. Before the crisis, I was basically putting away my rent inside of escrow account and at City Hall. Due to COVID-19, my hours were cut drastically, leaving me and everyone around me in fear. I'm now 4 months behind in rent. I live in an area without any major grocery stores, so I shop at corner stores and I am forced to pay huge markup prices, like $20 for a 2 by 12.5 ounce of Lysol and disinfectant spray. So I'm already slashing my income drastically. I've reached out to several organizations that said they're helping people on the front line, only to be told that they'll call me back. With no return calls, I was forced to starve myself. So now when I do get my food stamps, I overeat. This causes me to be tired more than usual, leaving me angry and agitated. Meanwhile, my landlord still hasn't fixed my or anyone else's pipes, even though 2 more pipes in the basement bust. Since the pandemic started, he has actually raised rent for some of my neighbors. Even though there's an eviction moratorium, he has verbally attacked me, sent maintenance men to threaten me, and sent intimidation letters week after week to force me out. I need this Emergency Housing Act protection. Protections like a repayment plan and extended moratorium and a limit on late fees are critical for keeping me and hundreds of thousands of Philadelphians in our homes. We demand safeguards against us for the landlords that would intimidate you to pay money that cannot be produced during a pandemic that we did not cause. Please stand today with me and with working Philadelphians and pass the Emergency Protection Act.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atkinson, for your testimony and for sharing your story. Thank you. I'm going to try Ms. Leck one more time. Ms. Jacqueline Leck, are you there and connected?
So this is Jacob Spidell. Ms. Leck is having technical problems, but she's on the phone with me right now, and I'm going to play her phone over my microphone.
Okay, we can see how that works.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, please start now, Ms. Leck.
Okay, my name is Jacqueline Leck. I will be 65 in August. I have COPD and I am at high risk for the COVID-19. I went to court in February when my landlord wanted to evict me from my home. Senior Law Center represented me and we negotiated with the landlord's lawyer and we agreed that I would move out March 30th. We also agreed that I would pay $1,200 if I could stay through April. I couldn't get in touch with the landlord, so I paid the money to the realtor to stay through April. Then the virus started and everything was shut down. I couldn't get a hold of my landlord. I tried to pay rent, but the landlord's realtor said she wanted me to move and refused to take the money I offered her. We can't find anything. I looked in ads, I read the papers, I walked around the street looking for rent signs, but there was nothing. I would like to move to another home. When we move into this house, there was no smoke detectors, no carbon monoxide. It is in bad shape. But nobody is showing houses right now because of the virus. We can pay rent, but we're having a hard time finding a place. I'm afraid I'm going to get put out on the street. I live with my husband, my son, and my 3 grandchildren, and our dogs. My husband is out of work, and I'm on Social Security and my son is working part-time. I'm afraid of getting put out without finding a place to live. I developed an ulcer from the stress of all this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leck, for sharing your testimony and sharing your story. Reverend Eric Dobson, are you there and connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Sure. My name is Reverend Eric Dobson. I am the Deputy Director of Fair Share Housing Center. I am also the NAACP State Conference Housing Chair. Thank you all today for having this hearing. Thank you to the Housing Committee. Thank you to Council Member Gim and all those who have introduced this bill. I think it's important for us to understand where we are from a historical perspective. A few days ago, our country has reached over 100,000 people have died from this COVID-19. And that's an important marker. And I think it's important to highlight the fact that, history proves and will record the fact that our elected officials, our federal elected officials, were warned about the looming pandemic that was possible. I believe one of the first national security advised that President Trump that a pandemic was coming. As far back as 5 years, we were warned that this was coming. And the reason why I raised that point, because the New York Times just released the article yesterday, and I think we all know there's a looming eviction crisis coming. So it is a responsibility for elected officials to act and to respond to when we know that the issues are coming. And I'm so proud to be a Philadelphian to see that our city officials have elected to respond and put these 6 bills forward. And I think the opportunity presents itself for this city to stabilize a housing crisis which we have seen in this city for far too long. We all know that far too long, too many of Black and brown folks are being preyed upon by predatory lending through housing. There is segregation in economics, there's segregation in housing, there's segregation in school. So our city have a major problem with the issues of housing. And so I'm coming from this perspective, not just from a moral perspective, because my morals, my faith in the morals of this country went out the door when the Atlantic slave trade happened. I'm not a moral preacher, I'm a policy preacher. So I'm clear the fact that policies is the things that impact people's lives, not just morals. And folks in times of crisis and need, they not only reach to faith leaders, but they reach to and rely on their elected officials. People look to you to make the tough choices and the tough decisions. And so people's lives are at stake. There's fear, there's uncertainty, there's despair. And so it is important for these bills to get passed because our faith in our elected official has to be there. We have to have the hope that you all would do the right thing. And so I'm not just coming from a moral perspective, I'm coming from these 6 policy positions that will impact the lives of our Philadelphians, just like those policy positions have been a detriment in the past to Philadelphia being, for over 2 decades now, having one of the highest poverty rates in any large city because of policies. So it's important for us to look at housing as a human right. It's important for us to look at these bills as a human right issue. It's important for us to understand that if we do not do something similar to what these 6 bills do, we will have a housing crisis, a homeless crisis that we have never seen before, just like we're seeing COVID-19. And this is important because it's a public health crisis if we see mass evictions and homelessness happening. That's a public health crisis. So it's important for us to understand that we are here today because of policy. We're here today because we've underproduced affordable housing in this country and in this state and in this city. What we don't realize is the economics of underproducing affordable housing causes market rate housing to rise. So we have created a housing market that's unsustainable. And we have created a housing market where we just continually move people around, poor people from one neighborhood to another neighborhood that is gentrifying.
I am so sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to ask that we wrap up the testimony because we're at 3 minutes.
So can I finish by saying this? I am in total support of these bills. I am happy that the city has applied for the COVID relief funds. The state got $4.9 billion, and I believe the city is getting $256 million, and there's $150 million for rental assistance. I just want to say I'm in support of this Emergency Housing Protection Act. There is state funding out there. There's FEMA money for unemployment emergencies that's out there that we can go after. There's resources to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your support and for your testimony. Next, Bethany Rusin, are you there and connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Can we have you state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony, please?
My name is Bethany Rusin. I'm the owner and director of Blackhound Clay Studio, which is a community ceramic studio in Cedar Park. I'm a West Philadelphia resident of almost 7 years, and I've lived in Philadelphia for 20 years. I'm also a mom and pop landlord, and I'm here to indicate my support for the Emergency Housing Protection Act. I own 2 properties in West Philly, one that I currently live in and one that was my first house, which I now rent out. I'm lucky and privileged to be a homeowner, and during this pandemic, many options were made available to me to relieve potential financial stress, including a temporary 3-month mortgage deferment through Wells Fargo, my lender. This will allow me to simply tack on an extra 3 months to the end date of my mortgage. As a homeowner, I have had many options that renters do not, including reducing my tax burden via the homestead exemption and drawing on my home's equity to cover expenses. When under financial duress, people who rent their homes do not have these options. As a landlord, I had savings in place and was able to waive April's rent for my tenants completely, and then negotiated with them to pay 50% of their rent for May and June. I've committed to having an ongoing conversation with them as the months progress and listening to their needs so that they are able to stay in their home. For many landlords opposing this bill, one of their defenses is that their tenants should have had funds saved for emergencies like this. I would like to turn that idea back on them and say, why do you, as professional landlords, not have similar savings for an emergency? I truly believe housing is a human right and that these bills would be a start to enshrining that idea within the city of Philadelphia. The Emergency Housing Protection Act gives renters and landlords options and a pathway to avoid evictions and to keep people in their homes. This act recognizes that the situation we find ourselves in is one that will not be resolved in the next few months, but will have ripple effects for years to come, especially for those that were in precarious financial situations prior to the pandemic. These bills will positively impact minority communities and will help reduce housing insecurity for those who most need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, Brianna Westbrook, are you there and connected? Brianna? Okay, I'll try to come back. Let's see, is Dr. Taylor on the line right now? Okay. We can move on to any questions for these witnesses by committee members. Are there any questions? Okay. There being none, Mr.
Councilmember Gautier?
Yes.
I just wanted to acknowledge the stories from Ms. Atkinson and Ms.
yes,
Wecht. This is Councilmember Gim. So I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the stories that were delivered earlier today. I know that some of these stories are very difficult to be told, and that they can't possibly be easy to share in this time. And I know that you're doing that because you want people to know what folks are going through. And we don't often get to hear all the stories and what's happening to people. So I want to express my gratitude for people who are really putting their lives for the to take into consideration as thinking about these policies. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Brianna, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson Gautier and members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to share the Pennsylvania Apartment Association stance on the package of bills being heard today. I do want to clarify that I have not had the time opportunity to review the language in writing, so I guess my commentary kind of based a little bit more on legislation. So I'll start by at the beginning of this pandemic, PAA reached out to all members of this committee, just dialogue of how PA members have this pandemic, your concerns were in your district and your constituents. We have heard you. One of your requests of us was to advocate on the state and level for additional resources dedicated to renters. Well, yesterday, like many of us have already discussed, the governor's fiscal code and that allocation of some Republicans to get this across the finish line. From the information that we have, $150 million will be provided for rental and mortgage assistance of up to $750 per month, $750 per month for no more than 6 months. Although these funds come from Harrisburg, we know that many Philadelphians will benefit from it, and we were happy to contribute to making this happen. But we also know that there are Philadelphians who are facing difficulty right now, and it will take continued collaboration for our city to recover. With our city's future in mind, we must weigh the policy proposals that are in front of the committee today, and we have to thoroughly analyze, discuss, and consider how this legislation will impact property owners and renters in Philadelphia. We understand the intent of these bills, but we have to think about the unintended consequences and the collateral damage some of the provisions will cause. Businesses, particularly the small and family-owned businesses that comprise the membership of PAA across Philadelphia, are facing hardship right now. And we must consider how aspects of these bills balance our city's economic recovery and the needs of residents. First, the bills should specifically change the COVID-19 crisis. For example, the COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program that was launched by the city had certain application requirements. Applicants had to provide proof of income before COVID-19 to demonstrate income loss and submit an affidavit confirming that loss. Applicants could not have any rent prior to 2020, and applicants were not eligible for the program if they were in the process of being evicted. These same concepts should be included in this legislation. If the city had these requirements, then this legislation should mirror that as well. This would alter the definitions of certification of hardship and COVID-19 financial hardship. Since residents, businesses, and the city altogether have less funds during this economic downturn, we must be very intentional and strategic with targeting assistance for those who truly need help. In addition, the emergency period defining these bills, the way they were previously written, had uncertainty, and we needed a little bit more of a definitive timeline in order to plan and make informed decisions. Some of these bills also have a lot of overlap with pre-existing law. The governor already has an executive order on the books that has an eviction moratorium currently lasting until July 10th, which makes the proposed eviction moratorium unnecessary in Bill 200295. And payment plans are often negotiated and worked out during the mediation process between property owners and renters, which also makes the mandated payment plans unnecessary in Bill 200305. And the impacts of rent controls, like the proposal in 200301, have been well studied and documented. They could lead to higher rents in the long term, devalued properties, stymied development of new housing, and it could lead to less investment in housing upkeep and updated housing, which is very critical to Philadelphia since our housing stock is considerably older than most other cities. So I want to reiterate, we received some of the proposed amendments to the bills this morning. We have not had time to analyze them. And since I represent a membership-based organization, we really think it's critical that my members have input in the amendments that were put forward today so we can have an informed dialogue and analysis of the bills. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Westbrooks. Do we have Dr. Taylor on the line? Okay. Are there questions from the committee for these witnesses?
Madam Chair, I would like to be recognized. This is Councilmember Brooks.
Yes, please proceed, council member.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking everyone who came and shared their personal stories about what they're going through currently during this pandemic, as well as the hardship they have experienced in navigating this. So I just want to give them consideration. And I also want to address Ms. Westbrook because we've had several conversations with you about this, and I'm very upset that you would come on here and negate what our participants testified on and not being prepared. And we sent the information 9 o'clock this morning. Many of the things that you suggested currently in your testimony were addressed in the amendments. And I think you should really go back and look at that before making a statement saying that we were not prepared and we did not have these deep conversations with your organization several times about these amendments, 3, 4, 5. And we had a call yesterday that you guys did not show up to. So I would really like to put that on the record to make sure that we have done everything that we could to address the need of your organization, as well as had this conversation with you prior to drafting this bill, as well as during drafting the bill. And I would just like to put that on record. Thank you.
Is it okay if I respond to that, Councilmember Brooks? I just want to say that because I think I kind of said that towards the beginning, but it's because since I'm from a membership-based organization, I can't have like a complete dialogue and analysis of the bills that were sent this morning without my members' input. Like I can't just based off of the way that my job works offer substantive analysis of the bills that were emailed this morning, simply because I don't have any of the members of my organization having the opportunity to kind of weigh in on the new legislation that was put forward. So that's where my commentary was coming from.
Thank you. That's understood, Ms. Westbrooks. And we're happy to continue to talk with you about the amendments. I also want to echo my fellow council members' remarks that we've appreciated the many conversations and the thorough conversations that we've had with you prior to this hearing. Thank you for your testimony. Are there other questions for these witnesses from members of the committee?
Yes. One, could I make a brief comment as well, Councilmember Gautier, Madam Chair?
Sure.
I just wanted to note, as all of us know, City Council does not answer to one constituency only. We have a responsibility to balance multiple interests. And among the things that I think that you saw is that we had dozens and dozens of community members, legal advocates. We are working with our courts. We are working with city agencies. We're also working with our landlord communities to ensure that we receive the fullest amount of information possible. As well, you know, a number of members of your organization and, well, maybe not your specific organization, but certainly from the landlord community have been active in the anti-eviction task force, for example, out of which recommendations such as pre-filing diversion, PHL rent assist, programs like that have long been on the table as recommended efforts. And so I don't know that many of these things are surprising as a result. They're not, they are in line with many discussions that have been taking place. I also think that one thing that's important to make clear is that efforts at rent stabilization are time limited to COVID related situations. It's completely different from the scenario that was outlined before. And I don't think we need to do those things because we're trying to make a distinction about programs that are being created that respond to the urgent needs of this time. But I did just want to make sure that we know that our council committee has to balance multiple different interests and not just one constituency.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you. I want to, again, thank the bill sponsors for the work around the amendments. And I know that the conversations over the last couple of weeks have been very intense and very thoughtful. But I do have a process concern, and I want to put it on the record. Having worked as a tenured member of council with membership organizations, when we agree, but specifically when we disagree, people legitimately asking for time should not be devalued either. And so I just want to be really clear that I'm a co-sponsor on 4 of these bills. There's 2 bills that philosophically I agree with and I still have concerns about. But please let's I still am waiting for two different amendments, and I don't want you to discount the legitimate concern brought forth by Brianna and her membership. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Jones.
So I'm going to quote one of my colleagues that I have a high degree of respect for. In order to have a cause, you do not have to create an enemy. You can be for a cause and not create a villain. What I'd like us to do, and I think we're well on it, believe it or not, I've been around a couple of minutes now. I think we are well on the way of getting closer to acceptance of the need, the urgency for this bill, or a series of bills. There are things that we need to consider. And those are those amendments, and those are those philosophical things, philosophical aside, things that are legislative proof that we can do. Because if we, another great council person, act in haste and repent in your leisure. Like we can get it right on the front end, or we can go through this and be arguing about this well past the pandemic. So I understand the urgency of time. People are living under a gun. I get calls from my office and just people I know that are saying that this legislation is vital. And some of them, just like the other person to testify, are landlords, which shocked me. I thought differently of them. So I'm thinking if we can kind of figure out what the concerns are, that I think we're closer than any of us collectively know. So I don't want to create hostilities when we can create consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that comment.
Madam Chair?
One moment, council member. Just wanted to clarify, we absolutely do not see the apartment association as an enemy. We've had many conversations, even where we don't completely agree, and they'll continue to have a place at the table, and we'll have many more conversations. Council member Gilmore Richardson.
Madam Chair, thank you so very much, Madam Chair, and to our colleagues. And I just wanted to echo those sentiments as someone, as I originally stated in my opening remarks, who has worked with a number of these organizations when we had to agree to disagree, particularly around the lead bill. But I think it's important that we understand that there is a legislative process, and this process is in place for us to ensure that we are listening to the full variety of constituents that we have to serve, and that's everybody in the city of Philadelphia. So thank you for your testimony and for your remarks, and we look forward to continuing to work with you through this process and through the amendments so that we can reach a place and space that we may have to still agree to disagree, but we know we've done all we can to be responsive to the concerns of your organization. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that comment. I want to just point out that one reason why you got the amendments this morning, or at least several of them, is because we were working so hard to make sure that we did include as much of the feedback from the landlord community and our council members as we could. And for that to be done in a thorough way, we needed to work all night to make that happen. And I know that folks like to have advance notice. I also want to point out that it's not unheard of for amendments to happen on the floor. It's just that the floor is virtual this time. That being said, I'm happy to continue talking to council members about the amendments as well as landlords and advocates. I'm hearing that Dr. Taylor is on. Dr. Taylor, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony?
Yeah, my name is Kianga Yamata Taylor. I don't know if I need to spell that at some point. I'm a professor of African American Studies at Princeton University, and most recently author of a book called Race for Profit: How Banks and the Real Estate Industry Undermined Black Home Ownership, which was recently nominated for a Pulitzer Prize. And I say all that just to say that I also live in the city of Philadelphia, and so I say that just not to say that, I'm only a concerned citizen, though I am a concerned citizen, but that I'm, speaking on these issues as someone who has thought about them, studied them, and wanted to bring that particular perspective into the discussion, as well as, to think about this issue in the historical and political moment that we're in right now. And I think that, people have spoken to the urgency of the situation that we are in right now, because rent is due on June 1st, and there's a lot of lack of clarity about what is happening in the country right now, what is happening in the city, what is going to happen. No one knows, because we're in uncharted territory with this historic pandemic. But what we do know is that every week that passes brings us further away from the protection of the moratoriums that were imposed earlier this year, when it became apparent that people were going to have to shelter in place and that businesses were going to have to close. So we get further from the protections of the moratorium, and we come closer to rent and mortgages that are due on the 1st. And my concern is that, in some sense, many people have been lulled into thinking, because of the race to say that we need to reopen and to get back to normal, that somehow if we keep saying that, we can just move on from the dangers that are presented by this pandemic. And I think that that's a very dangerous idea, because it means that we may revert back to policy or governing from a period where we did not have to worry as intently about public health because of a highly contagious virus was amongst us. And so none of that has really changed. I know that the cases in Philadelphia continue to fluctuate up and down, but I think that we have come to learn over the last several months that there are some measures that, when taken, provide unquestioned preventative measures, allow us to at least have some pretense towards keeping this virus in check. And one of those is actually having a shelter to be in place. And so the concern, I think, of the advocates of this bill, really the concern of everyone, I'm sure, is what would it mean to have the moratorium on evictions lifted, and for us to just let the chips fall where they may.
Dr. Taylor? Thank you. I'm just going to ask that you wrap up quickly so we can move forward. But thank you so much.
Okay, sure. I just want people to really consider the consequences and the alternatives if we don't implement this legislation. I think that not only are we looking at the exacerbation of the public health crisis, but I think that we are seeing now in cities across in streets and cities across this country, what happens when ordinary people feel that government is completely unresponsive to their needs. And I think that has to be a part of the process of understanding the desperation that people are in right now for some government protection from conditions that were really thrust upon all of us. So I encourage people to pass this package of bills as soon as possible.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Dr. Taylor? Okay. There being none, Mr. Weiss, can we call for the next panel or witness to testify?
Gabrielle, Michelle, Maria, Paul Cohen, Sonam Parikh, and David Feldman.
Great. Sorry, 1 second. Can we have the first witness state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony? Gabrielle Michelle.
Yes, good afternoon, actually, now. Good afternoon, this is Gabrielle Michelle. Thank you again, Chair Gaudier and members of the Housing Committee for allowing me to testify in support of the Emergency Housing Protection Act. I am both a Pennsylvania realtor and an attorney. Through my experience, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand the interrelatedness between laws and public policy, as well as the direct effect that those have on individual lives, particularly with respect to housing in the city of Philadelphia. I have seen the drastic impact of the racial disparities that are pervasive in the housing market, as Black neighborhoods in Philadelphia have eviction rates 2 to 3 times higher than the rate in predominantly white neighborhoods. I've also seen the importance of finding solutions to complex problems, and our current housing crisis is a problem that we cannot afford to leave unsolved. Without immediate action, our city is facing mass evictions, crippling foreclosure, and increased, which is why I support this crucial piece of response and recovery legislation.
Can we have the first witness state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony? Gabrielle Michelle. I'm gonna ask that people mute if you are not speaking.
Should I just pick up where I was?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. The coronavirus pandemic has created a sense of uncertainty and fear among individuals all over the world, nation, and city. Sadly, COVID-19 is not the only crisis this country is currently facing. The implications of this virus on the housing market have affected millions as well. In Philadelphia, roughly half the city rents. Individuals subject to eviction also suffer from eviction records, which landlords can see, even if a case was withdrawn or filed without merit. In my career as a realtor, I've worked with low-income families seeking housing and have watched a number of them get consistently denied from rental applications, not because they were unable to pay rent, but because of previous landlord-tenant complaints filed against them. I ask this council to diligently consider the reality that 1 in 14 renters in Philadelphia face eviction during a typical year, and nearly 50% of Philadelphians are cost burdened, and by no means has 2020 been typical. It is clear that an unjust eviction culture in Philadelphia removes a significant portion of the viable consumer population in the rental market. Evictions harm families, burden city resources, and undoubtedly destabilizes the housing market. A spike in eviction filings will only exacerbate and extend the current housing crisis, leaving the city with the costly burden of providing shelters for these displaced individuals. Shelters which provide no adequate means of socially distancing or self-quarantining. Research shows that on average, it costs a homeless shelter $23,600 per year to feed and house just one person.
Gabrielle, sorry to interrupt. We're at 3 minutes, so I'm just going to ask that you wrap up quickly. Thank you.
Increased poverty and homelessness greatly impacts neighborhood stability and quality of life, which in turn decreases the market interest. According to the Economy League, 99.7% of the area's economy is made up of small businesses. These very businesses that are the backbone of our economy have not been able to operate for months. Allowing these businesses to fall prey to evictions when their closure was the direct result of a statewide mandate for the health and safety of its residents, that's irresponsible. We must ask ourselves, what type of city do we want to return to upon the lifting of the stay-at-home orders? A city that is filled with abandoned spaces and empty storefronts because of the avalanche of evictions destroyed everything in its tracks? Or do we want to see the equitable restoration of communities and businesses? This act, it's a step towards hope in the middle of an unprecedented crisis, and it's a step towards changing the lives for this generation and the next.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next witness is Maria, and I believe that Maria is here with a translator, Erica. Maria, can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
María, ¿puedes empujar estrella 6 para que te podamos oír?
Thank you. Please proceed.
¿Ahora? No. Sí, ahora es tiempo. Primero, si puedes decir tu nombre que vas a usar hoy. ¿Puedes decir el nombre que vas a usar hoy?
Sí. Mi nombre es María y vivo en el sur de Filadelfia.
My name is Maria. Okay. Y ya puedes empezar con tu testimonio, ¿ok?
Ok. Vivo en el sur de Filadelfia, en el segundo distrito. Soy una inmigrante de Centroamérica y he trabajado en limpieza por los últimos 20 años. Estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo de la Ley de Protección de Viviendas de Emergencia.
My name is Maria. I live in South Philadelphia in the 2nd District. I am an immigrant from Central America, and I have worked as a domestic worker for the last 20 years. I am here to testify in support of the Emergency Housing Protection Act.
Me siento muy feliz de vivir aquí en Filadelfia, pero a causa de la pandemia he sido muy afectada en mi trabajo y en la casa donde vivo, porque quisieron desalojarme porque no tuve dinero para la renta.
I feel happy to live here in Philadelphia, but the pandemic has impacted my work and home life because my landlord wanted to evict me for not having the money to pay my rent.
Antes que empezara la pandemia, trabajaba 5 días a la semana, pero ahora trabajo solamente un día. A causa de no trabajar no puedo pagar la renta y fui víctima del dueño de la casa.
Before the pandemic started, I worked 5 days a week, but now I only work 1 day. Due to not being able to work, I have not been able to pay my rent and was victimized by my landlord.
Cuando dieron la orden de la cuarentena, ya me habían suspendido del trabajo una semana antes. Entonces le mandé un mensaje al dueño de la casa avisando que no podía pagarle la renta. Él me mandó respuestas abusivas demandando el pago de renta. Aunque le expliqué mi situación, no tenía dinero para pagarle.
When the stay-at-home order was announced, I had already been out of work for a week. I sent a message to my landlord to inform him that I could not pay rent. He sent me a series of abusive messages back, demanding a payment for rent, even though I explained my situation, that I did not have any money to pay him.
Unos días después, el dueño me avisó que iba a pasar por la casa muy temprano, un sábado a las 8 de la mañana. Cuando le abrí la puerta, él se puso muy abusivo conmigo y me obligaba a darle la renta. Su manera de cobrar era muy abusiva conmigo y cuando le dije de nuevo que no podía pagar la renta, se puso furioso.
A few days later, the landlord told me he was going to stop by my home very early on a Saturday at 8 a.m. When I opened the door, he became very abusive with me and tried to force me to pay rent. His demeanor to requesting rent money was very abusive, and when I told him yet again that I could not pay, he became furious.
Traté de no discutir con él al cerrar la puerta principal y él me forzó contra la puerta para entrarse a mi casa. Corrí más adentro de mi casa para cerrar la puerta interior pero él corrió detrás de mí y no aguanté detener la puerta contra él y él entró a mi sala sin mascarilla.
I tried not to argue with him and tried to close the main door, but he forced himself into my home. I ran further into my home and tried to close the second interior door, but he ran after me, and I was not strong enough to close the door, and he entered my home without a mask.
Yo le decía que saliera, que no podía estar dentro sin mascarilla y sin mi permiso. Él me dijo que no se iba a salir, entonces le dije iba a llamar a la policía. Se burlaba de mí pensando que yo no lo iba a hacer.
I told him to leave, that he could not be in my home without a mask or without my permission. He told me that he would not leave, even after I told him I would call the police. He laughed at me, thinking that I would not do it.
Excuse me, Maria and Erica, thank you so much for sharing this story, but we will be cut off at 12:30, so if you could wrap up briefly, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay. María, nos están pidiendo que la junta se termine a las 2:30, pero no sé si quiere terminar con los últimos dos párrafos, donde pida que, ¿está bien?
Ajá.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing that story.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Y María, cuando estás lista, puedes empezar con los últimos dos párrafos.
Ok. Les pido a todos los miembros del concejal de la ciudad que voten en apoyo de esta ley para los inquilinos, como yo que estamos protegidos durante esta pandemia. Si pasamos esta ley, mostrarán a mi comunidad y todos los inquilinos en Filadelfia que tenemos su apoyo.
I'm calling on members of the City Council to vote in support of this act, so that all tenants such as myself will be protected for the duration of this pandemic. By voting to pass this act, you will demonstrate to me and my community and all tenants in Philadelphia that you are standing with us.
Quisiera agradecer al concejal de Filadelfia por toda su ayuda y apoyo y protección que han ofrecido a los inmigrantes durante esta pandemia y por lo que seguirán haciendo en el futuro.
I want to thank the City Council of Philadelphia for the help, support, and protection they have offered the immigrant community during this pandemic, and for what they will continue to do in the future.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for sharing your story. We are going to recess until 2:30 p.m. And we will continue with this panel at that time. Thank you, everyone, and see you soon. This committee will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you all. See you then.
Okay, now we are live. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. We will now reconvene this morning's hearing. Mr. Weiss, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here and accounted for. I look forward to the discussions for this afternoon.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good afternoon. I am present. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Bass.
Good afternoon. I'm present and ready to get started.
Councilmember Dom.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the hearing.
Councilmember Squilla. Councilmember Brooks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to get started.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good afternoon. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now resume the public hearing. Mr. Weiss, will you please call the first panel or witness we have on the list for this afternoon?
Yes. Victoria Lambert, Paul Cohen, Sonam Parikh, David Feldman.
Great. Good afternoon, Victoria Lambert. Are you connected and ready to proceed?
Hi, good afternoon.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. This is Mark Squillow. I am on.
Thank you so much, Council Member.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Would you please state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony?
Thank you, Councilwoman. For the record, my name is Tony Victoria Lambert. And a pleasant, well, it was morning when I wrote this, so good morning, council members and friends. Peace and blessings. I've told you my name, but I haven't told you that I'm a proud 63-year-old mother of a 19-year-old recent high school graduate, my only son, who feels quite discouraged now. But we together rent a humble studio in your district, Councilwoman Gautier. Prior to April 1st, we were current on our rent, and I was hostessing at a rather well-known restaurant. On March 13th was my last day. At that time, we called it a situation. We hadn't really labeled it anything more. Recently spoke with them. There is no indication when I will be called back. My son lost his job working with other students in his school, tutoring and child caregiving, doing stuff with the kids. Sorry, this is really hard.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks. I sent an email to my landlord on March 20th. I explained that I was a senior and that I was at high risk for COVID and that both of our jobs had been lost due to the pandemic. I explained that rent was not my only expense and that I could not pay the full balance at this time. I told him I was worried about what would happen and that, frankly, I knew I needed to have cash. I mean, we all know you can't be homeless without cash in your pocket. So since then, I have paid as much as I possibly could of the rent from my Social Security check. Then more good news came on April 14th when I received a 10-day notice to vacate from my landlord's lawyer. The notice assured me that as soon as the courts open, they would be moving forward with my eviction. Yeah, no, really? I support these bills today because the priority of our city council must be to address this deficit of hope. It has befallen my family and others who are even in more extreme situations. And, people's lives are at stake, and that would be STEAK and STAKE. And we really, I'm just hoping that the council can come together and vote on this and pass it to the main body because we really need to step up to avoid the 9th degree of despair. Families were already saddled with challenges of needing 2 to 3 paychecks to pay one rent. And that's just rent. So what possibilities can we devise to avoid the continuous insults just to survive? And what are the probabilities that they'll happen? I really want to pay my landlord, but I need time. I need rental assistance. I applied for rental assistance. No one knows what's happening with that. we need an eviction moratorium and an eviction diversion program, because people like me need time to solve things outside of the worst case, the fire department is coming scenario. I'm worried about my sanity. I'm worried about my safety. If I gotta go to court, if I lose my home, where am I going? I'm an only child. My son's an only child. These late fees need to be waived. This stuff needs to be stabilized so that we can have a chance to catch up on ourselves, on our lives. Councilwoman Brooks, I just got to tell you, I have been homeless before for 172 days. We slept in 30th Street Station one night, and I was working. I had money and couldn't find a place to live. Now I got a place to live and can't find the money. I'm so sorry to get this anxious and excited, but I'm really elated, truly elated, that people are coming together of all shades and socioeconomic backgrounds to understand that these systemic problems must start from the root. And we can't just say it, okay, yeah, it's good, and then walk away from it. We can't do that anymore. People's lives are at stake. So I'm going to ask you this, and said Dr. King said it. What has America failed to hear? And lastly, I'm going to say this. COVID-19 is a triple chocolate fudge icing on an unbaked cake. And I'd like to thank you for your time, everybody, and wish you well and health and peace and blessings.
Thank you for sharing such a personal testimony with us. Paul Cohen, are you there and connected?
I am here and connected, yes.
Please state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Paul Cohen, HAPCO General Counsel. I also have with me from HAPCO Victor Pinkney and Brian Jackson. Would it be possible to have them on our panel as well so we don't have repeat testimony?
I just need one, maybe start with your testimony while we work that out, please.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, Chair, Member Gaudier, and members of this committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. When I originally prepared to testify, I was testifying against the original bills. I do want to thank the council members for putting together those amendments. I know they had to work really hard. You guys had to work really hard in getting them together. I really appreciate it. The difficulty I have in testifying today is I was prepared to testify on the original bills. Now we have all these amendments that I've been going through. The problem I have is that I represent an organization. In order for me to stand here, well, I guess I'm sitting here today and testify, I have to basically speak on their behalf, and I haven't had that opportunity to go through these bills with them to see how they feel. So our organization is at a big disadvantage because of that. As I said, I did try to go through the bills as quickly as I could. Kind of ruined my lunch, having to go through 2 additional bills that were sent over during lunchtime. But I was able to go through most of them, and I'll try and discuss them if I could.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. So the first issue is the COVID-19 emergency period. So it was originally going to be a very extended period, and we thank the council members for putting it into just a specific time period, namely August the 31st. What we would ask, however, is if we could move that to July the 10th. The governor's order has a moratorium on evictions through July the 10th. The period that the city council has should probably coincide with that period. The courts have already told us that even if we filed a case on July the 11th for eviction, you're not getting into court at the earliest until the beginning of September. With the backlog that's there and the additional backlog that's going to happen from now through July the 10th, you're going to be lucky if you get into court in October or November. And then after you get into court, it takes another 30 days before you can file for an eviction. And then to get the landlord and tenant officer out, they're going to be really backed up. You're looking at evictions not taking place until the end of December or January. That's as it stands now. If you're going to delay that through the end of August, not only are you going to have that delayed further, but the backlog of cases is going to be astronomical. Everybody keeps talking about the problem the courts are going to have when you're able to file landlord-tenant cases. Can you imagine if that's delayed until September the 1st? You're going to have a backlog of close to 15,000 cases that are going to have to be heard. How are they going to be decided? How are they going to be heard? It's going to delay everything. It's going to be a huge problem. So we would ask if the July 10th that the governor's order mandates the eviction moratorium be followed. The other thing we don't know what's going to happen is there's all this money that, thank God, has now been appropriated for rental assistance. That was an amazing thing, and it was great to hear it this morning. I did hear it yesterday. That is just amazing to see that the state is stepping up.
Mr. Tarrant, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just want to let you know we're at 3 minutes, so if you could approach wrapping up. Thank you.
Okay. It's kind of hard because I got so many.
We look forward to continuing the dialogue. Thank you.
Okay. So
you can go ahead and wrap up.
Okay. So the question then becomes, what's going to happen with all that rental assistance? Hopefully that rental assistance will funnel down to the tenants, which will be great, and you won't even need a lot of this relief that these bills are trying to address. Thank you. I wish I could talk some more because I have a lot of other bills to go through, but hopefully we'll do that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I apologize if I am not saying your name correctly, but next I have Sonam Parikh. Are you there and connected?
Yeah, and you did great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Can you state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony?
Of course. For the record, my name is Sonam Parikh. Thank you so much for hearing me today. As I said, my name is Sonam, and I own a cafe called Mina's World. We opened a month before the pandemic. We're located right by Malcolm X Park in West Philly next to Student Union and Uncle Ray's wonderful hair shop. COVID-19 has impacted me on a very personal and professional level. I lost a parent to this virus on March 31st. My remaining parent was also deeply affected. She made it, but just barely. She's in recovery and fighting every day. We are all super hardworking, lower middle class, first generation Americans. And that's why I support the Emergency Housing Protection Act, which would have an enormous impact on Philadelphia renters. I'm not sure if you've ever lived paycheck to paycheck or spent money you don't have to keep a roof over your children's head, but my parents did. When you're poor, everything de facto just becomes more expensive. When you can't afford to pay rent, you get charged the money you would have spent on groceries for your late fee. You have to decide between hot water and electric. When these fees are charged to an already struggling community member, the ripple effect of that fee is felt far beyond the end of the month. My business opened its doors on February 28th, and since that day, I've staffed exclusively queer and transgender people of color, some of the most disproportionately impacted community members in the West Philadelphia housing crisis. My focus with Mina's World is enriching our community by stimulating economic growth and flow. However, all of my people are still struggling to pay their bills. I received a $2,500 grant from PPP. That barely covers any of a 2-week expense period at my shop. I make sure that my employees get $15 an hour. I make sure they take home food if they're having trouble with it. We talk on the phone, we do check-ins. Everybody is barely holding on and terrified of not making their bills. Many of my employees don't even qualify for unemployment benefits, and they're still waiting for their applications to be reviewed. There's only so much that I can personally do. I don't have that kind of reach, but you guys do. You can make a difference in the lives of our entire community. By passing the Housing Protection Act, you're helping parents keep their kids safe. You're helping my incredible employees stay housed and healthy until this global atrocity is over. In times like these, we obviously cannot rely on our president to make head or tails of what people in communities of color need. You, though, can be the heroes that keep our community self-sustained and vital by giving them the time they need to recover and breathe for a second. You can prevent a massive wave of homelessness from happening once the emergency order is lifted. Passing the act is going to improve and strengthen our community. It will take a huge worry off of my workers' heads. As for my neighbors, I know having the basic human right of secured and stable shelter will improve their well-being physically and mentally. It'll allow us to restructure normality as the world works through COVID. As for myself, after I get off this call, I'm going to have to make a decision. My landlord just asked me to move out last Friday. A week ago, I thought my life was hard, dealing with my dad's death, taking care of my mom, fighting tooth and nail for literal pennies for my staff. But today, I'm like standing before you and telling you my life feels unsolvable. I don't know that I have many options. I don't have people to help me pay my rent. I don't have my father to give me advice. So I just have my community and my council members who I strongly consider to just think about the hundreds of thousands of lives that could be impacted by these desperately needed and necessary housing protections. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for sharing such a personal testimony with us. Next, David Feldman. David, are you there and connected? There you are. I see you. Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony? David? David Feldman, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. We can hear you now. Thank you.
All right, there was a delay on the mute and unmute. Sorry.
Ah.
Okay. I can start my 3 minutes, right?
Please state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Yes. David Feldman, Executive Director of the Development Workshop. And hard to follow such a compelling, moving personal story with testimony that's going to be technical and dry. My apologies. We've had many compelling stories today, which we are in great sympathy with. As council members will know, the Development Workshop is a trade association composed of construction companies, developers, architecture, engineering firms, real estate professionals, economists, and attorneys working to support the economic health of the city and build a development environment that can compete on a national scale. The workshop has fully supported the goals of this legislation, of this overall package, and we recognize that a great many Philadelphians have been negatively impacted by COVID-19, placing both their housing and financial security at risk. The workshop also, we'd like to share, has a long history of supporting increased funding for rental assistance programs and applauds council and administration for the recent COVID-19 emergency assistance. We had comments on 5 of the bills and see that we participated in 2 different discussions this week, which we appreciate. We were able to talk to our membership after the Tuesday meeting, but obviously have not had time to respond to the amendments. We're encouraged and think the amendments address a lot of the concerns were raised, but obviously I can't speak to any details. So I'm going to skip all my testimony on the first 5 bills. That cuts out a minute and a half. I do, however, still want to speak to the rent stabilization bill, 200301. If anything, the progress and working together that we've heard, both from the courts, the administration, and council this morning, has shown that this piece of the package is the one that is really the least relevant to move forward, and we support the other 5 moving forward. So I'd like to just quickly then finish up my testimony on that one bill. Most landlords in Philadelphia, as has been stated earlier, own fewer than 10 units, and as council presentation pointed out, 46% of rental units in Philadelphia are owned by small mom and pop landlords. And we heard some compelling stories this morning of how so many of those are reaching out to work with their tenants. With landlords, though, facing increases in their potential property tax insurance, tax assessments, and other fees in the next year, many will be unable to keep and maintain their properties without a corresponding increase in their rents in the typical small range they would be. While we understand that the housing hotlines, and as we heard today, are receiving calls about extreme fee and rent increases from a small number of unscrupulous landlords, these are under 1% of the approximately 300,000 rental units that are in Philadelphia. However compelling, these stories should not be driving an economic restriction that this particular bill of the package places on all 300,000 rental units. And coupled with the announcement, we're very glad to hear and have Brianna Westerbrook's testimony of how they worked with the state to provide funding to expand the rental assistance, along with the other 5 bills, we think really should fully address the issues that we've been hearing so movingly. And we would respectfully request that the rent control bill be voted down out of the package. And the other 5 we support, but we don't fully understand the amendments yet. I haven't even seen the ones that were issued over the lunch break. Thank you very much for hearing our testimony. I'm available for any questions and appreciate the ongoing open dialogue.
Thank you for your testimony. Members of the committee, do you have questions for these witnesses?
I have a question for Mr.
Councilmember Brooks.
Yes. Just to be clear, the property taxes increase was recalled by the mayor yesterday. And also the assessments are on hold for FY21. And there are currently no limits on how much a landlord can increase rent. So we're just hoping that landlords will do the right thing. But we hear every day that landlords are not. Would you agree that there are no limits on landlords increasing rents?
Sorry, I was just checking Councilmember Brooks' microphone was on. Sorry.
You couldn't hear me?
I did, yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure you could hear me, sorry. Right, Pennsylvania rental laws currently do not set rent rates in Philadelphia, and we do not think that should change. We think that things like mediation are necessary, make a lot of sense, and cases where where tenants are being treated unfairly should absolutely be pursued. I'd even question how many of the tenants using those kinds of tactics are even licensed. I think we're probably dealing with a lot of those kinds of landlords who are already breaking several other laws, including housing code violations.
And one other thing, just to be clear, that legislation is only, a part of the amendments included that it only covered folks that were affected by the COVID-19, not in general across the board. Did you see that as well?
Oh, I understand that, but it does change cities' regulation of rents that are charged in the city, and it seems an unnecessary action to take given the work that these other 5 bills do, Councilmember, with all due respect.
I get it, but would you agree that landlords, if they wanted to, could double or even triple rents without any repercussions?
Without any repercussions, I would say the fact that some have been called out by name in here today is actually a repercussion. And they should be called out by name. I support that.
But there's no law that provides any repercussions. Even though they were called out here in this space, there's nothing else to protect those tenants from the possibility of rent increases by landlords.
Well,
there's no law
yes,
on the books.
We do not have rent control. We do not regulate the rents. We do not regulate the rents that they charge, Councilmember, and so that is consistent with your question. Yes, that is consistent with what you're asking.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any more questions from members of the committee? Okay. There being none, Mr. Weiss, will you please call the next panel or witness to testify?
Emily Dowdell and Tiffany McInerney.
Emily Dowdell, are you there and connected?
Yes, I'm here and connected.
Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Hi, I'm Emily Dowdell. Good afternoon. I am Policy Director for Reinvestment Fund's Policy Solutions Group. Thanks for inviting me to speak today. I'll draw on the research we've conducted on housing and housing markets in Philadelphia and across the country to explain why stabilizing housing in the midst of this pandemic is so important and should include addressing aspects of the eviction process. Households are the building blocks that make up neighborhoods, and of course, Philadelphia is a city of neighborhoods. And while our city was thriving in many ways prior to COVID-19, the persistently high poverty rate and related housing instability made our foundation shaky, leaving all of our communities more susceptible to the negative impacts of an economic crisis like this one. The city's ability to collect revenue to support essential services is intertwined with housing. Research on the last housing crisis showed that just one foreclosure had a negative impact of 0.9% on home values within an eighth of a mile. And that kind of impact is quickly compounded in a dense row house neighborhood. In a new analysis, we found a strong correlation between the city's unemployment rate and foreclosure filings since 2012. With a 20% unemployment rate and absent a significant effort to give homeowners assistance, we could see more than 11,000 foreclosures in a year, roughly double the recent volume and substantially above the 2009 peak of 8,300. Additionally, we're likely to see a rise in eviction filings, and research from across the country shows evictions have significant multidimensional and long-lasting negative impacts on households and communities. In Philadelphia, our research shows these adverse impacts fall heavily on Black and Latinx neighborhoods. Housing cost burden is a key measure of stability, defined as spending more than 30% of income on costs like rent or mortgage. Cost burden households don't have enough money for other critical expenses or emergencies. In order to estimate the financial impact of COVID-19 on Philadelphians' ability to pay their rent, we began with the pre-pandemic housing cost burden levels for different income groups and calculated the increase in cost burden given reasonable projections of income decline. We found that the cost burden rate could grow to 34% of households earning between $50,000 and $100,000, to 85% of households earning $20,000 to $49,000, and to 95% of those earning less than $20,000. We also calculated the aggregate rent gap, which is the difference between what people owe in rent and what they can afford. And the change in that amount from before to after COVID-19 is the total sum of money it would take to return all Philadelphia renters to their pre-crisis status, which for many of them was already precarious. Our estimates showed that for all households earning less than $100,000, the aggregate monthly rent gap could grow by between $7.8 million and $15.5 million. The city's emergency rental assistance program and even the newly announced state funds are just not going to be sufficient alone to stabilize all renters, so it's critical to pursue additional strategies in tandem with financial resources. Last month, we released a report examining the landlord-tenant court process. Interviews and surveys of landlords, tenants, and attorneys from both sides suggest that despite increased efforts to inform the public, misinformation persists, and many tenants and landlords are not fully aware of their rights and responsibilities, and that's likely to be more of an issue in the pandemic context. We also took a close look at judgments by agreement, or JBAs, which is how about a third of all eviction cases resolve. Strengths of the JBA include flexibility and a more collaborative approach. However, we found that represented tenants have better outcomes on the whole, but 65% of the JBAs had an attorney only for the landlord, indicating that adjustments or enhancements to the process might better ensure fairness in all cases. We also know that when court reopens, there will be a large backlog of cases, while at the same time, social distancing requirements will reduce court processing capacity. This fact, combined with our research, suggests the need for interventions to help keep renters in place, help landlords avoid foreclosure, and ensure the process can move safely and rapidly while maintaining fairness. So first, coordinating additional rental assistance from the state and other sources with the court process is essential to making sure that assistance is efficient and effective. And second, a program modeled in the city's residential mortgage foreclosure diversion program could build on what works well in the JBA approach by introducing an opportunity for flexible and collaborative dispute resolution earlier in the process to create an enforceable agreement without necessarily entering an eviction judgment. Reinvestment Fund's evaluation of the diversion program showed the program kept thousands of homeowners in place and did not add substantially to the overall case processing time. Providing funding to hire and train more housing counselors who can help find a feasible path forward is also essential to making diversion a success. And as a final note, in our team's experience, good public policy is transparent, data-informed, and has an R&D cycle built in, so that as you uncover what works and what doesn't, you can adjust. Also, success metrics and outcomes for each of the bills can be put into place in advance. So we hope this information can support policy that is based in data and clear to landlords, tenants, and the professionals charged with implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Tiffany McAnany, are you there and connected?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany McAnany, and I'm an attorney in the housing unit at Community Legal Services of Philadelphia. I support the Emergency Housing Protections Act. Together, these bills help landlords and renters resolve issues to keep people safe, prevent mass evictions, and ensure that landlords are able to recoup lost rent due to the pandemic. Without the protections provided in these bills, thousands of people who are already in vulnerable situations will be pushed into homelessness. The low-income renters that CLS serves through the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project, known as PEP, are particularly hit by this pandemic, both economically and health-wise. Systemic racial inequality has led to Black communities being hardest hit by the pandemic. And it is these same renters who are most at risk for imminent eviction when the courts reopen. If we don't act now, an avalanche of evictions will further destabilize lower-income communities and ultimately our city, leading to families doubling up, an influx into the already stressed shelter system, a second spike in infections, and a greater need for hospitals, as eviction leads to a second wave of the virus and another need to shut down our economy. Each day, I and the other members of the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project return calls of hundreds of renters who are struggling right now due to the pandemic. Many renters have lost their jobs, and even though they applied for unemployment compensation, 50% are still waiting to receive their first check. Many are essential workers who are continuing to receive income, but now have increased child care expenses with schools closed and increased travel expenses with SEPTA on a reduced schedule. In the meantime, they have exhausted any savings they had trying to keep up with rent and are now being threatened by landlords who demand immediate rent or else they will call the sheriff, change the locks, shut off the utilities, charge late fees upwards of $150 per month, file against them in court, call ICE, call DHS. The list of threats goes on. As expected, some landlords have been following through on these threats and illegally locking out their tenants. Some have demanded exorbitant lease renewal fees or rent increases, knowing that renters cannot find a place to move right now. Some landlords have refused to cooperate with renters trying to apply for rental assistance or refused to enter into payment agreements. This package of bills provides time for things to settle down and for issues to resolve themselves without the need for a costly and harmful eviction process. This package of bills provides a framework for renters and landlords to resolve issues to promote stability for both parties. What we face now as a city is not new. In 2008, we faced a recession that caused mass foreclosures. Philadelphia acted quickly and set up the mortgage foreclosure diversion program, which became a national model and has saved 13,000 homes so far. A recent report from the Reinvestment Fund has laid out how a similar model could assist in supporting renters and landlords quickly and efficiently resolve issues today to prevent mass evictions. As stated previously, the Pennsylvania legislature approved $150 million for rental assistance. We need time to get that money into the hands of tenants and landlords. Philadelphia has tackled this problem before and can do so again. In addition to passing this important set of bills, it is vital that you maintain funding for the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project. PEP has been incredibly successful in preventing evictions. 95% of the tenants helped by PEP have successful outcomes for their families. Despite its success and importance, 75% of the funding for PEP has been cut from the mayor's budget at a time when it is most needed.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to ask that you try to wrap up. Thank you.
Absolutely. As we contend with COVID-19 and its aftermath, it is important that we have the tools in place to keep everyone safe and prevent future outbreaks. This legislation does just that. So for the sake of our city, we urge City Council to pass this important legislation. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt a second? Can you repeat the last person's name to testify?
That was Tiffany McAnany.
Okay. And when we do questioning, you'll let us know when it's time?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, you are welcome. Gary Jonas, are you there and connected?
I am here and connected. I don't know if you guys can see me, but I'm certainly here.
We can hear you. If you can, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Gary Jonas, and I am the Vice President of the Building Industry Association of Philadelphia. I'd like to thank you, Councilman Gautier, for having us, or giving us the opportunity to testify. Obviously, in listening to all the stories, they're heart-wrenching and horrific, and I think they, show what the bad actors in the landlord community can do here. And so I think, we're certainly against that, and we don't believe that most landlords in the city are operating that way. There certainly are some. With that being said, we think that, those bad actors certainly highlight the idea that there's a need for more investment in quality, affordable housing, and we're kind of behind that initiative and want to keep pushing that forward. So with that being said, the BIA is in favor of, the efforts that you guys are putting out there right now during this crisis to make sure that, tenant and landlords come to kind of equitable resolutions here. As such, the BIA supports Bill number 200302, providing temporary waiver of certain fees, and Bill 200304, providing relief to tenants who have been illegally locked out. We don't want there to be unnecessary fees to be the reasons that renters are displaced from their homes. We've researched Matthew Desmond's work, and he does reference this as a major reason for displacement of tenants. And so we think those bills are certainly well thought out. And we hope between that and, the state's recent passing of funding for rental assistance, that can hopefully bridge most of the gap here. While we applaud the reasons that the other bills were proposed, we believe they're still a little too vague in certain areas. And we propose that we try and figure out a way to come up with something that's a little more equitable for both landlords and tenants, in that we want to be able to keep our buildings safe. We want to be able to keep the lights on and have them maintained properly so they're safe for people. And the burden out there is that when we have no revenue coming in, it's very difficult to continue to maintain the buildings in a way where they'll be safe. So without a significant, there's a significant period of time where rent kind of won't be paid to landlords, and that could create a problem. We think it's more important to incentivize the private market to kind of help fill these gaps that are out there and do more investment in the city, which will create more jobs and keep the community more stable. So as such, the rent stabilization bill number 200301 and the rent payment plan bill number 200305, we think are a little problematic and could really hurt landlords and housing as a whole. So we would hope that we could hold these two bills for a little more discussion, if possible.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, we'll take questions from committee members. Members are there. Councilmember Jones, we'll start with you since you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we call back up Tiffany Addy? If I killed it, please forgive me. And was that Gary?
It's fine.
Yamas?
Yes, they're still on.
Come back on. And my questions, Madam Chair, are kind of related to the housing diversion program versus the potential rental diversion program. Is there a committee that is being formulated to look at what worked real well with housing diversion and what could be done better? And then what is different about the nature of rental? Is that being developed? And I heard from their testimony that they've been looking at it. And if that is true, could you elaborate?
I'm not sure who the question's for.
Was that question for Councilmember Gim? Probably wants to jump in on that if she's on, and then Tiffany, if you're still.
It started with Tiffany, if you don't mind me calling you Tiffany.
No, I'm fine with that, but I'm having I had difficulty hearing the question. Was it about whether or not there was a committee that was convened?
So it was multi-pronged. It was, is there a committee that you seem to have had a point of view on what things should go in a rental diversion program? And I wanted you to elaborate on that. And if you knew if you had begun to look at the difference between a mortgage diversion program and a rental diversion program, trying to put a framework kind of around that would be useful to me.
Okay, if I understand, I believe that there has been some conversation or some discussion about looking at that. I do not have that information in front of me at this time, but I'm more than happy to follow up with you on that if you would be so willing.
So let me elaborate a little bit. I mean, Emily also talked about it. We didn't save everybody in the mortgage diversion program. And there were reasons we did not and were not able to save some folks. It would be interesting to take a hard look at what went right with that and what went wrong with that and avoid the wrong with that in a rental. And so maybe if Member Gim has some insight on that, I'd be interested in hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, excuse me, technical challenges, sorry. So, I guess I would say that there is...
I can barely hear you.
Oh. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, better, much better.
So there's been, TRF has done a study of the judgment by agreements, which is not exactly diversion, but a form of post-filing kind of meetings that have gone on in the courts. Certainly, that there's been a lot of analysis of the mortgage foreclosure diversion program. And I think what we're doing is we're pulling together a working group next week. It's convening almost, 15 to 20 people that's representative of the courts, the city, associated landlord entities, property owners, and renters and legal advocates to review what exactly could a diversion program entail in the city of Philadelphia. Now, again, when you say we can't save everybody, this diversion program is not meant for everybody. It is limited to COVID-related hardship. It is for a specific period of time. It expires at the end of the year. So, it has a significant number of restrictions. And now that there is the potential for additional money, I think what we want to make sure of is that we design a program that really makes the most amount of sense. Now, some members may want to wait until the program's fully designed. Many of us understand that that's, kind of difficult, but, we this will not be a grave burden, and there'll be a lot of backstops on it to protect people.
So for the record, Member Gim, I did not say we can't save everybody. I said the mortgage diversion program did not save everybody, and we can learn from that. And the second thing, and the reason I mention this, is that when you are taking it from the perspective of possibly a landlord, this might not be a bad thing. If I can work an agreement out where I get my money maybe on the tail end or in the middle or get some of the arrears, that helps me to keep cash flow coming. If those details can be worked out, I think it's a win-win, not a win-lose. And I'm trying to get us more in concert with win-win.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think one of the situations that we've got going on is that the programs that are being designed right now are changing as we speak. New opportunities are opening up. More demand creates more attention. You heard from Representative Harris today that they will obviously review the amount of demand that they get on their own mortgage program, on their own rent relief program to which they've dedicated $150 million statewide, and Philadelphia should get a portion of it. and then they can evaluate about whether the other 1.3 billion that the state held in reserve could be spent also better. But we can't really ask for more if we don't do something that shows what we can have the capacity to do.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from members of the committee for these past few witnesses?
I have a question. I have questions, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Councilmember Brooks.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Jonas. I want to thank you for testifying and for joining both our roundtables this week to share your thoughts. But I just want to be clear that with our amendments, the rent stabilization bill limits rent increases for folks who are facing financial hardships. And I'm trying to understand your objection better. So is your position that landlords should have the ability to increase rent on tenants who are facing financial hardship? Or is there some way you feel like the limitation should be fair for landlords without unduly burdening tenants? And again, I'm just trying to understand your concerns about the bill. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Sure, and I appreciate the question. And it's really tough because it's the hardest one to answer. I mean, you're trying to tackle the hardest issue that's out there in my mind, right? And look, I believe that, I know that my personal take and most people that I know's take is, look, it doesn't make sense to raise rents on people currently if you have a tenant that's in your building and it's paying rent or making a good faith effort to pay rent or has a plan. You're not incented to get them out there. And the struggle that we have is that there are some bad actors, and all you're hearing is the bad actors, and you're trying to legislate to the bad actors. And our fear is that, those bad actors you can't help anyway. You're hearing stories of guys, pushing in apartment doors, which is clearly illegal, turning off water and utilities. It's clearly illegal as a way to strong arm people out of properties. And these are bad things. And it's, that's where we should be focusing our energy, if possible, versus trying to legislate around all 300,000 rental units in the area, because I don't believe that most people are incentivized. I would say a very small group of people are incentivized to try and, raise rents. And I don't see it as a practical thing that most people are doing. Obviously, there are times when it happens, and that's no good. But I'd hate to legislate around that and set some type of precedent for that.
I mean, my concern is even during this pandemic for a limited amount of time, we're just trying to do our best to protect tenants. And, I appreciate your thoughts and comments, but I would like to be able to kind of massage this with you in a different way and kind of just not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let's have a deeper conversation around getting some clarity on what the amendments say and what this bill is actually trying to do on a temporary basis during this pandemic currently.
Certainly fair. I apologize for cutting you off. And that's why we asked it to be held, so we could have those conversations and see if we can come up with a solution that wins for everybody, right? So I think we're on the same page there.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, can we call up the next panel or witness?
Yes, the next panel is Sherry Thomas, Beth McConnell, and Joe Willard.
Great. Sherry Thomas, are you there and connected?
I am here and connected. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you can state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Gautier. My name is Sherry Thomas. I'm the Director of Housing for the Legal Clinic for the Disabled. I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify in full support of the Emergency Housing Protection Act. Our clinic represents people with mental and physical disabilities who are also low income. When I say disabled, perhaps you have a specific image in your mind of someone who's using a wheelchair or has attendant care in their home. But I also want to note for this committee that our clinic represents scores of people who are dealing with chronic conditions. And those conditions include asthma, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, cancer, or survivors of cancer. Coincidentally, these are among the highest risk populations for contracting COVID and dying from them. We know that these health issues disproportionately affect African American communities, and now through the pandemic, we understand that the pandemic has also disproportionately affected African American communities. Many of our clients work. So they're working, they're part of the workforce with these chronic conditions. And what we've been seeing is that, the reduction of hours and the layoffs, but we're also seeing that people are having to make really hard choices when they have chronic conditions, but still have their jobs. So for example, we received a call from a nurse who lives with a respiratory disease. Her doctor recommended that she take leave from her job because she's very high risk for contracting COVID and possibly dying from it. She called the legal clinic for the disabled because she feared eviction due to her sudden inability to pay rent. And the reality is that she's not the only one. For her and others, regardless of the decisions made, the rental obligations continue. And so we support this package of bills because we're recognizing that people are having to make some real hard choices that they haven't had to make before and they could never have foreseen. We are seeing unemployment on a scale that we have never seen in our lifetimes. The package of bills gives people time to rebuild. It gives time for us to mitigate domino effects. And it's protecting all parties. So we have our renters and we also have our landlords who are really trying to get their rent. Judge Rizzo this morning testified that we are having deja vu, but with a twist. And so I want to emphasize that the twist here, there is certainly this economic fallout that's happening due to the pandemic, but the twist is really high risk for people with chronic conditions. This fallout was ushered in by disease that causes death quickly and kills people with chronic conditions, and we can't get around that fact. Without renter protections, it's likely that Philadelphia will see high-risk populations homeless, either on the street or doubling up with people and putting themselves and others at risk. We can't control what's already happened, but we can, try to mitigate what's going to happen, and we can do it in a very intelligent and compassionate way. I do believe that if nothing is done, our city sits on the brink of a humanitarian disaster, and we are dealing with real people, landlords and tenants alike, who are both, everyone is trying to get back to normalcy. And for this reason, the Legal Clinic for the Disabled strongly supports the Emergency Housing Protection Act. We see it as a package that provides stability for renters, for landlords, and for the city during a time when stability is really in short supply. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Beth McConnell, I see that you're there. Please state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Beth McConnell, Policy Director at the Philadelphia Association of Community Development Corporations. It's been great to spend the whole day with you all. PACDC members are mission-driven to build, repair, and preserve affordable homes, provide outreach and housing counseling to help Philadelphians save their homes or become first-time homebuyers, and help those facing homelessness secure, stable, and supportive housing. Our members are both landlords and tenant advocates who serve our lowest income neighbors and who see housing stability and security as fundamental to an equitable Philadelphia. I want to thank Council members Gautier, Gim, and Brooks for their leadership and for their open discussion and communication on these bills with PACDC. I'm going to deviate from my written testimony to comment on one of the amendments being considered. So I'll just start by briefly saying that PACDC fully supports bills number 200302, 304, 305, and 294. You've heard excellent testimony already for why we encourage this committee to move forward. The remainder of my comments are exclusively focused on highly regulated, rent-restricted affordable homes, such as those developed under the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. I'm not discussing rental units in the unregulated private market. We are concerned that bills number 295 and 301 will have some financial and regulatory implications for affordable housing properties that need to be thought through a little bit more. We had requested an amendment to exclude LIHTC properties, and we hope to work with the bill sponsors further on that request. Just a note about how rents are set for those properties. Rents are not negotiated on a tenant-by-tenant basis. PHFA, the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency, publishes a rent schedule each year, and any rent increases must be at or below that schedule based on the affordability limits for units that are designated for households between 20% area median income and 60% area median income. So rent increases need to be justified to PHFA, and it is standard to apply them uniformly across the entire property. So the amendment proposed to 301 could create a regulatory and legal challenge for affordable housing providers if we were to set rents for someone with a COVID hardship lower than someone without a COVID hardship, but who does already have a significantly cost burden and may be struggling due to an unrelated illness or accident or injury or disability. It could raise some kind of complicated legal and regulatory compliance issues and perhaps some fair housing issues in regulated properties. So we want to think those through a little bit more. Just so you know, affordable housing providers can't raise rent just to offset losses on one unit by covering rents on another tenant where it's illegal to do that. And you should know that these properties do not operate at a profit, and they typically project negative cash flows after their first 15 years. I know I'm running up on time, so I'll just briefly close by saying there was already enormous challenge before COVID, and the administration's proposed cut of $9.8 million to affordable housing production and preservation is a real concern. So in addition to restoring those cuts, two quick things that you could do to help avoid rent increases and evictions is deepen support for the shallow rent subsidy pilot program recently launched and create an emergency operations stabilization fund for subsidized LIHTC properties, which will, of course, need additional revenue. I will close by saying there's nothing more important to PA-CDC members than keeping Philadelphians safely and stably housed. It's the reason we exist. And the stability and ongoing operation of affordable homes will still be critical after the COVID crisis because of the persistence of systematic economic inequality. So we look forward to working with you to keep tenants at home and making sure affordable units can maintain for and affordable for years to come. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Joe, I see you there. Will you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Sure, thank you, City Council, when we get there. I'm Joe Willard, Vice President for People's Emergency Center. We thank you for inviting us to offer commentary on the need for the City of Philadelphia to address the challenges that renters face. We are here because we are concerned about renters. 100% of the families who come to the People's Emergency Center have been renters and end up in the homeless housing system, and that's how we end up serving them. PEC is a community organization serving Philadelphia since 1972. We provide 235 units of affordable housing to families who experience homelessness and housing instability in our city. This housing includes emergency transitional, low-income, and permanent supportive housing, all located, and Councilwoman, in your sector of West Philadelphia and all. One quick story, we work very closely with a young woman who was homeless when she was a teenager. She works 3 jobs, but because of COVID-19, she lost 2 of those jobs, and now she only has a 20-hour-a-week job. She is facing a situation where she cannot afford her rent next month, and we're hoping your package of bills could help her and other young adults who are struggling for housing stability. I think my role is really to bring in the aspect of the homeless side of it. Right now, there are 5,700 Philadelphians who are homeless, mostly in shelter, but at least 1,000 folks are living on the street. Prior to COVID-19, the city did not support 72% of the people who requested homelessness prevention services. Roughly about 1,100 families received prevention services, suggesting that more than 3,000 were turned away. Family homelessness in Philadelphia increases year after year after year. And the School District of Philadelphia identified 7,000 homeless children and youth. The city only served on the housing side only approximately 2,700, suggesting that the city is missing thousands of children and certainly their families for serving them with homeless housing services and all. Without a change in the relationship between renters and landlords, we're not sure we can help folks like Tiana and the other families that we serve. First of all, know that the city's Office of Homeless Services has a very cost-effective program called Homelessness Prevention. This program provides a small amount of support and can help people avoid moving into a homeless shelter. Approximately 85% of people they serve never come back asking for assistance. Two, we also support the proposed extension for the eviction moratorium for 60 days. We think that would really be a good shot in the arm and help our families. And for the last 3 years, we've encouraged City Council to create an eviction diversion program that requires landlords and renters to participate in a mediation process. There's a proposal called Home Base that we've advocated for. The Office of Homeless Services likes this program and has included it into the city's roadmap to homeless strategy. Last few points that we want to mention is that for unknown reasons to us,
that you take this time to wrap up.
Okay, great. The administration has not put any new dollars into the homelessness prevention system. In fact, a couple months ago, they proposed to cut it. We are afraid that the city is not prepared to manage a surge in homelessness on the streets. We know these package of renter protection bills will really help on that, but the city is not prepared to manage any surge in homelessness at all. So thank you for your time, and be glad to take any questions.
Madam Chair?
Your testimony.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to let Member Brooks know that all that advocacy right there comes from the 21st Ward in the 4th District.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Noted. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councilmember Brooks, please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick comment for Ms. McConnell. I want to thank you for sharing your concerns, and I know my office has been in contact with you to address these valid concerns, and we look forward to working together moving forward. So thank you so much for your collaboration.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks.
Are there any other questions for these witnesses from members of the committee? There being none, Mr. Weiss, can you please call up the next witness?
Stephanie Dorenbosch.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Sure, I'm Stephanie Dorenbosch, an attorney and program manager at TURN, the Tenant Union Representative Network. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Gaudier, Vice Chair Jones, committee members. Hello, Councilmember Squilla, I'm your constituent. TURN enthusiastically supports the entire Emergency Housing Protection Act, but I want to emphasize the eviction diversion program created by Bill number 294 and how important it is to require pre-filing mediation as much as possible. It's not just avoiding the final outcome of eviction, but also the unnecessary consequences of simply filing the case in the first place. Many landlords jump right into filing eviction complaints without making a good faith attempt to find a resolution first. A reinvestment fund report found that about a quarter of eviction cases are withdrawn, and in around 40% of cases where judgments by agreement are filed, the landlord never alleges non-compliance by the tenant. That's about 40% of total cases filed that very likely could have been resolved before creating a court record for the tenant. And that record is a significant burden. Renters often find the search for housing much more difficult and expensive regardless of the outcome of the case because many landlords simply reject any applicants with a court record. Those renters can end up paying hundreds of dollars in multiple application fees every time they look for a place to live. And they're less likely to be able to find safe and healthy housing managed by ethical landlords, which leads to moving again and again, and the cycle just repeats itself. Renters are also often scared to stand up against unethical landlords because they're keenly aware of how difficult a court record can make their lives for years afterwards, even if they win their case. Other witnesses have already discussed the disproportionate burdens borne by Black and Brown Philadelphians in both the eviction and coronavirus crises. And now more renters than ever are at risk of engagement with eviction court through no fault of their own. Even if funding or logistical limitations mean that all cases don't go through pre-filing mediation immediately, we still think the diversion program will clearly demonstrate its value. As Councilmember Jones noted, more landlords might see the value in repairing the relationship with their tenants instead of heading directly to court. And it could lay the groundwork for expansion later with even more support from stakeholders. I also want to talk briefly about the hardship certification requirement that's a part of several of the bills. We're urging all of the council members considering amendments to keep these protections as broad and accessible to tenants as possible. Today, we've heard from witnesses who are going through one of the most difficult times of their lives, and we're hearing those stories every day at TURN. People are in fear for their lives, and at a time when every single person in the world is affected by the pandemic, requiring people to jump through formal hoops to prove exactly how much they've been affected would be unnecessarily burdensome. It would also be counterintuitive for tenants who have already communicated with their landlords to have to go back and do it again, but differently this time, in order to qualify for the protections. And part of the goal of these bills is to protect public health and reduce the chances of a second wave of infections, and we're not going to achieve that if we allow people to slip through the cracks on technicalities. Thank you all so much for your time and your work on these issues. We look forward to continuing to work together with all the stakeholders to build the city back up again together.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Ken Begos, and I apologize if I'm not saying that correctly. Are you here and connected? Troy Whitney.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Hi, my name is Troy Whitney. Okay, I'm a landlord. I own and self-manage a number of properties in Philadelphia. 7 single-family residences, a duplex, and a triplex. Since I started investing in Philadelphia in 2014, I've invested substantial personal reserves and borrowed capital in my properties. Each of my properties has a mortgage on it. Mortgage, the majority of which are not subject to the FHA foreclosure moratorium. In total, my monthly mortgage payments add up to about $9,000 a month with taxes, insurance, and upkeep adding another $4,000 a month to my overhead. The private equity firm Blackstone that initially lobbied the federal government for $500 million in assistance to cash-strapped financial firms during our current financial crisis purchased my loans and has made it abundantly clear that they will not be offering any forbearance assistance on my loans. If I don't make my mortgage payments, they will foreclose. So I must continue to collect rent wherever possible. I've talked with each of my tenants and have worked things out with them wherever possible. I have always done this. I've always felt it to be a good practice to do so, and actually does not make sense not to do so. Some are making partial payments, some are holding off, but expect to be able to pay soon. I have not been charging late fees for people that have been late. I have made it clear to my tenants that it's in everybody's best interest to work something out. And most of them have made it clear that this is indeed their intention. However, I do have one tenant who has not paid me rent since October. I once considered him to be a friend. I paid him for work he never completed. He considers himself to be a contractor. When I communicated that after several months of non-payment, I really needed him to start paying rent. I knew he'd been going through some difficulties, but at some point, he didn't get to, and this was all before this crisis happened. He agreed to pay rent when he signed his lease. At that point, he started sending sort of strange, bizarre messages by email to me. He was refusing to pay rent. Eventually, I took him to court. It was actually in March, right before the lockdown. I won the case and received a judgment against him. He initially said that after I won the case, he initially said he wouldn't cause any more trouble and would in fact be out within a few weeks. Then COVID-19 happened, and he reverted back to his previous position. He spread so much garbage around the property that the neighbors have complained. I know this because the downstairs tenant gives me regular updates. He also parks his 4 trucks up and down the block, which is not good for the neighbors. I bring this up because basically there are times when eviction is necessary. I had another situation in a different building. This is before, where one of the tenants, this is an 8-unit building, I was one of the owners. One of the tenants, there was a family in this apartment, and they had a Section 8 voucher, the mother did. The son was dealing drugs out of the apartment. And he'd been doing this for years. He was doing it before we bought the building. We didn't know that.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to ask that you move to wrap up your testimony.
Yes, I will. And if we had not had the ability to evict, we probably might have lost the building, to be honest, because it basically ruined. I mean, in some situations, one bad tenant can actually make an entire building a distressed asset. I believe that there are lots of people that need assistance right now, both tenants and landlords, especially a lot of tenants. But I just would ask that in this process, there definitely be a mechanism for either enforcing foreclosures that have already gone through and getting the sheriff back to work, or, having foreclosure as an option.
That we
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I also want to mention that the bills on the table are all related to COVID-19 and the financial hardship that folks may have experienced as a result of this pandemic, just as a reminder. I would like to call Justin Turner. Are you there?
I am here, yes.
Okay, if you could please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Justin Turner. I am a social impact investor and a chartered financial analyst. One of the things I'm most passionate about is supporting Philadelphia's low-income communities. A family posted on the West Philly Facebook group this week about how they were having extreme difficulty finding housing. Despite having good credit, they're getting turned down because they are on unemployment. Before COVID, they would have found a home without a problem, but since the eviction moratorium began, landlords have been unwilling to take anyone without perfect credit and income. The landlords are behaving as you would expect. With evictions halted, they're being extraordinarily cautious about who they rent to. If this bill is not modified, we are going to have a major housing shortage in low-income areas for months to come. People with lower income, prior evictions, or imperfect credit may find it impossible to find a home. I hate evictions and wish they didn't have to exist, but I understand that they are part of a complex housing ecosystem, low-income neighborhoods, and as a result, the removal has a ripple effect of unintended consequences. During the next couple of years, a lot of small rental property owners are going to go bankrupt. Even after the city reopens, we will be in a recession with higher unemployment, lower rents, and lower home values. Some landlords will not be able to break even, and they will eventually lose their properties to the banks. If this bill is not adjusted, it will result in significantly more of these property owners being foreclosed on, and similar to the foreclosure crisis of 2007, that will have far-reaching effects. The first is blight and housing shortages. As we saw after 2007, in low-income areas, many foreclosed homes end up in such a bad state of disrepair that the capital required to restore them exceeds their market value. When this happens, no one will buy the homes because the economics don't make sense. This is why many foreclosures from the last crisis sat vacant and blighted for years, and that's going to happen again. The second unintended consequence is that removing small landlords from the ecosystem is going to draw an invasive species into our low-income neighborhoods, namely Wall Street. Wall Street has already been buying single-family rentals across the country in record numbers, and they are already forming quote-unquote opportunity funds to take advantage of the foreclosures that will be coming due to COVID. When the small landlords get foreclosed on, Wall Street is going to be ready and waiting to swoop in like vultures, and we will end up with ruthless, profit-driven funds controlling chunks of housing in our most vulnerable communities. Council members, I support the vast majority of this legislation, but I would hope that you will craft a more nuanced approach in regards to evictions that will protect the health and safety of renters now, but also protect the future of low-income communities from unintended consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Victor Pinckney, are you here and connected?
Yes, I am, Councilwoman.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. My name is Victor Pinckney, Sr. I'm the first Vice President of HAPCO and also President of VCVA Management, a small property management firm. Councilwoman, I'd like to say congratulations to you on your first hearing. You're doing a fine job.
Thank you.
Okay. What our attorney Paul Cohen said kind of changes my whole testimony too, because I have not seen the amendments. I can say that HAPCO was in favor of the late fees and the late fees for Bill 200302. Okay, let me go on. I will give you my testimony as best I can because it's really changed from what with not knowing what the amendments are.
Yes.
Majority of my business is with low and moderate income property. There are a lot of, I would like to speak today to introduce, to talk about the bills concerning the tenants and land and property owners during the COVID-19 epidemic. Okay. HAPCO has all types of rental property owners. We have members who will have single-family, duplexes, triplexes, quads, and multi-unit buildings. But our primary membership are mom-and-pop owners who have one or two single-family rentals. They have either bought or inherited from a deceased family member. They have used monies from various places, such as mortgage from the banks, private hard money lenders, refinance their homes, and even in some cases, credit cards to purchase or to rehab them. In some cases, if they're clearing $50 to $100 a month before taxes, they are happy. They're able to provide a safe, clean home for their tenants, while also being able to supplement their working income or retirement check. For Mifflin, all landlords are rich and white is not supported by my owners list. My office is in the neighborhood I grew up in at 28th and Cecil B. Moore. I've been there for 32 years. I try to work with my landlords. As I believe you know, Councilwoman HAPCO has been in support of no late fees, and we're definitely against illegal lockouts, because those are the bad actors in the landlord community. All right. Okay. I like to say the horrible stories that you are hearing today are not the type of landlords that HAPCO represents. In fact, if we find a member of our organization who's doing something improper, we're generally returning them their membership fee and escorting them to the door. One of the things that I've come to hear today seems to be the biggest. There's two big problems here. One, bad landlords. Two, these folks need a livable wage. That's a biggie, because it seems to be, a lot of this seems to be about money. On that note,
I'll just ask that you move to wrap up.
That was it. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, Christina Giswaldi. Are you here in connection? Okay, if you could state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Christina Giswaldi.
Please proceed.
Say it again.
Please proceed with your testimony.
I'm part of the Philly Tenants Union. I'm also a renter in Councilperson Squilla's district. I especially want to speak in favor of Bill 200-301, the rent stabilization. I mean, yeah, I feel like my Philadelphia Tenants Union is a union of renters, a union of workers, and you know, we're actually here in a time where renters are coming together. We're standing on the shoulders of renters in the city who have come together for a long time now. So I'm here to just represent, you know, when I hear talk about stakeholders at this table, the massive amount, though there are individual stories that people spoke today, which are so important, but those stories multiplied by so many people affected by this crisis, affected by displacement all the time. And it's really falling on the backs of workers and tenants. And even a format like this diffuses mass numbers. Like, it's 4:21, and some people were here since 8:45 a.m. So people who aren't paid, renters who aren't paid, this is not part of their workday. Taxpayers and voters. And definitely as a voter for Councilperson Helen Gim and Kendra Brooks, rent control was a thing reason that I voted for them. Also, after all study after study after study of the eviction, not the eviction, sorry, the task force around, yeah, I guess it was, the task force around affordable housing that was in 2018. I don't remember exactly the name of it, but after that, look back in the fancy PDF of 20 pages, there are things about rent control, pushing for rent control, toward rent control, and to not take this as a step toward would be criminal, honestly. And I also want to just say that for this to end, for the rent stabilization to end after 9 months, would leave neighborhoods with even more disparity between folks who, I don't think 9 months is time to get your life together when the market is traveling at the rate that it's going to travel at. And so it will leave people in even more disparity and just kick the can further down the line. So, I hope that can be a step for rent control.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to ask that you move to wrap up.
Yep, just to support citywide rent control. And as Stephanie from Turn said, to keep it broad as well, to keep the financial hardship from COVID, that definition broad. That's all.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yep.
Kyla Van Buren, are you there and connected?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kyla Van Buren, and I'm a resident of South Philadelphia. So many in my community have lost their jobs and don't know how they'll be able to continue to live in this city. I'm an audiovisual technician whose field depends on public events and large gatherings to happen, and these likely won't be able to proceed for the next year. What is this city without its renters, without small homeowners and local business? Is it large corporate landlords and the coffee shops they own? Never before has Philadelphia so needed its government to provide housing protections. We renters are being harassed by landlords, threatened with eviction, and facing growing amounts of debt. We cannot wait longer for a government response with rent due for the third time since this crisis began and year-long leases coming to an end. Through years of grassroots organizing in Philly, I'm connected to a wide network of communities. Through this crisis, I've seen people both who have and haven't been able to pay rent being told that they can't renew their leases. I've seen large, well-known landlords publicly claim that they are not negotiating with tenants, while privately making threats and refusing negotiation or mediation. How will any landlords be held accountable for their actions without protections like the ones being proposed in these emergency housing bills? I'm scared for the homelessness and displacement that is to come. Unlike wages, rents in Philly have been steadily rising, and with each passing year, I watch the city becoming less and less affordable for regular working people. If landlords are allowed to raise rents during this crisis and evict tenants who have had no control over these circumstances, we will only further gentrification, residential segregation, and the corporate accumulation of wealth. I thank City Council for drafting these housing bills and encourage you to pass them, especially Bill number 200-301 for temporary rent stabilization. It's unbelievable to hear landlord associations advocate for raising rents in a time when people are facing the greatest hardships of their lives. Beyond these bills, I urge you to push for longer-term solutions. Now more than ever, we need citywide rent control, greater investment in affordable housing, and just cause legislation that applies beyond month-to-month leases. Half of renters were already rent-burdened. Why are the people with the least being expected to fully repay rents to landlords and the real estate industry who have a much greater wealth and state support? We need City Council to fight for rent and mortgage forgiveness. Please help to shift the priorities and protect the human right to housing. As our governments fail to act and favor the wealthy corporate interest, people do not feel represented by their politicians. This level of exclusion and hopelessness needs to be addressed. Please grant some relief to renters by passing these bills and invite more people into conversation through virtual community events. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yosuke Araki, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing.
That's pretty good.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Yosuke Araki, South Philadelphia. I think the question that we all have to ask ourselves is, who does the financial responsibility of pandemic response fall onto? PROA and other rental owners associations would have council believe that the responsibility should fall on the renters of Philadelphia, and assure that rental owners are playing fair. But even large firms like New Age and OCF are already intimidating tenants to pay without negotiation. Ori Feibush has been calling tenants personally on the phone to intimidate them, arguing that tenants are contractually obligated through their lease to pay, an argument that holds weight in court regardless of how unconscionable or brutal the consequences would be of mass evictions during a global pandemic, of which a second wave is anticipated worldwide in November and December. So this August 31st fixed end date of these bills is a bit disconcerting. But the answer to the question is simple. The responsibility falls directly on government's duty to wholly neutralize the effects of this pandemic. But bipartisan leadership on the federal level has given 80% of benefits from tax changes in the stimulus bill to millionaires. So we've got a cultural and structural lack of social empathy and solidarity to get people through a pandemic of this proportion. And these bills would only provide reasonable resistance against the inevitable reactions that will be taken by financially hit rental owners who will blame and punish their helpless tenants for their monetary losses, punishable by homelessness, and consequently punishable by death. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Not passing these bills or amending them into inadequacy would render council members accountable for these deaths. And when the accountability of lost lives can be traced directly to decisions that are made by people in power, then Philly might just start looking a little bit more like Minneapolis does right now. And that is not a threat, but a foresight. And if you don't share that same foresight of mounting pressure ready to explode, then you're not paying enough attention. Unfortunately, these bills won't meet the level of threat we're faced with. Eviction mediation and repayment plans buy time, but still orients the responsibility and burden of pandemic response on renters. I just want to say that this sets a pretty bad precedent for future crises. However, these would be the only protections renters have through this crisis. So ultimately, I think it's incumbent upon council to pass all of them in their strongest, unadulterated forms. But I think we also have to be honest with ourselves that these bills would be compromises to the circumstances rather than legislative wins to be celebrated. The bar of legislative boldness can't stay set here because crises like this are bound to become even more frequent and desperations will continue to mount. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I also want to point out that the point of these bills is to not only buy the tenants time, but to buy us time as public representatives to get more money and assistance into programs and to develop further solutions. So I don't want that piece of this to be lost. Thank you. I wanted to call Virginia Sims Riley. Are you there? I see you there.
Yes, my name is Virginia Sims, Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, the homeless, and those negatively impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. I am testifying on behalf of Yusuf in support of the Emergency Housing Protection Act and the 6 bills included in the Act: 200294, 295, 301, 302, 304, and 305. Yusuf fully supports the bills to keep renters in their homes and help landlords maintain occupancy and long-term cash flow as we come out of the COVID-19 crisis. As Yusuf's Division Director of Housing Stabilization, I have witnessed firsthand the devastating effects of a single adverse experience upon vulnerable families. I have seen how missed rent payments have resulted in homelessness and loss of employment, absolutely decimating complete generations. I have seen how just one unfortunate, arguably minor event can spiral downward into a major catastrophe with long-term negative individual and societal impacts. But I have never, ever seen anything like what we are seeing now in terms of immediate severity and long-term impact. Previously missed rent payments may have and will result in an eviction or even homelessness. The 6 bills included in the emergency housing protection package apply an approach that will have both short and longer term positive impacts. This approach is required now. Today, with an estimated 40 million people applying for unemployment compensation, the emergency housing protection approach will mitigate society's economic devastation. With the probability that an eviction leading to homelessness could be tantamount to a death sentence, this emergency housing protection approach is a lifesaver. USEF encourages council to pass the Emergency Housing Protection Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and to provide USEF's point of view. USEF is here to help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Marcos Ayameli, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon.
I think I mispronounced your name, but can you state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Marcos Lomeli, and I'm a program coordinator at SEBA. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. SEBA is a coalition of Latino community-based organizations in Philadelphia that aims to ensure access to quality housing for Philadelphia's Latino community. Thanks again for giving us the opportunity to testify today, specifically on bills 200294 and 200295. I'm sad to share with you that 2 recent studies, one by the Economy League and another by the Federal Reserve, show that Philadelphia's Latino neighborhoods face a disproportionate risk of contracting COVID-19. Our community is in this position due to the underlying health inequities related to Latino poverty, the highest rate of poverty in Philadelphia. Latino overrepresentation in quote-unquote essential occupations, and the challenges Latinos face in accessing healthcare and other services. Another study titled Latinx Homelessness in Philadelphia used city service data to prove that Latinos have a disproportionate difficulty accessing homeless services. As homelessness increases during this public health emergency, I ask you, are we going to ensure that there is equity in the delivery of homeless services? Please do not let the city hide from meeting this challenge because of this crisis. We support Bill 200294 and the creation of an eviction diversion program, along with adequate funding for its implementation. We urge council to ensure that tenants have the support of housing counselors. Fully funding Philadelphia's many excellent housing counseling agencies will help our most vulnerable families successfully stay in their homes. Please increase support for housing counseling agencies as more work is piled onto their plates. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It is in all of our interests that we maximize preservation and creation of affordable housing. SEBA supports investing a minimum of $20 million in general fund dollars into the Philadelphia Housing Trust Fund, preserving rental production to help leverage other federal dollars like low-income housing tax credit to fill gaps in production of new affordable units, and supporting rental preservation. This makes it possible for owners to make important maintenance and improvements to older affordable housing properties that would be at risk of flipping into a market rate if they are not fixed. SEBA is also concerned that Bill 200295 will have unintended consequences on negatively impacting the finances of affordable housing landlords. Many of these landlords have spoken today. Many of them are CDCs and other nonprofits. CDCs are not in the business of evicting tenants, quite the opposite, in fact. Therefore, we ask that council consider, as our colleagues at PACDC suggested, working with the administration to set aside additional operating and rent subsidies for the Philadelphia Housing Trust Fund to help cover this gap, and include an amendment to exclude already heavily regulated and rent-stabilized low-income housing tax credit properties. We need to protect renters and landlords. Rental assistance does that. Not all landlords are slumlords. Some of them share a property with their tenants. Others are CDCs. Protecting tenants with strong and strategic programs also helps the good, licensed, tax-paying landlords. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Brian Jackson, are you here and connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Brian Jackson, and I am on the board of directors of HAPCO. First, I want to say it's important that we didn't get a chance to pass out the new legislation or the amendments to everybody. So I myself have not had a chance to read it yet. And also, you need to see how rental assistance from the state fits in with this legislation. In addition, we need to get feedback from our members on all the proposed amendments. A lot of my testimony is not going to be as it was before, but I want to state some specific information that's important to understand. On the landlord side, like myself, I own and manage properties in Councilmember Gauthier's district, Mark Squilla, Cindy Bass, Sherelle Parcher, with most of my properties in Jamie Gauthier's district. I can only speak for myself, but I was raised in Nicetown. I didn't grow up with a boatload of money. I scrambled after college, saved up as much as I can. I got into real estate. I worked a regular job like many others, and I scrapped and did everything I could to create some wealth for my future and for my family. I still own property in Nicetown. I bought some when I first started real estate, and I reside in Mount Airy, and that's where I own properties as well, along with some of the other districts as I mentioned. For the tenants who have a true COVID-19 related hardship, many of our HAPCO members were already encouraged by us as an organization to reasonably work out ways to address financial issues that everyone is dealing with this crisis. I myself even have helped other fellow landlords negotiate situations as a third party indirectly to figure out what's the best way to move forward in this crisis, since eviction courts are down and not many people can do anything. I mean, it's just not smart as a landlord to want to continually evict people. The way you make money and keep your properties profitable is by keeping someone in there. I haven't had to deal with it myself specifically, but I see it happening all around. And like Justin Turner mentioned, we got to be careful with some of these bills we're trying to propose, because in the future, it's going to be insane the way these people with a lot of money are going to swoop in and take people's properties. The more bills you put out there that affect the ability for us to manage them properly, the more we're not going to be able to keep them. It's pretty obvious. And I definitely support that moratorium idea. I mean, there were some initial issues with it, but like Paul Cohen said, we'll go back to the drawing board and make sure we understand the amendments. And I think we should be able to come to an agreement, so long as we all can sit down and comfortably and safely and humbly work with each other to create a good plan to move forward. Finally, I just want to say I appreciate your time. I thank you for allowing me to speak. And, please think twice. A lot of these small landlords like myself, I mean, I might be not considered a small landlord considering how many properties I have now, but I started with one, with no help, with the money out of my pocket, with a regular job, just like anybody else. So it's important to understand you're not just affecting people that have a lot of money, you're affecting people that start off with nothing and now have something but don't want to lose it just because you're trying to implement bills that affect this in a negative way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I look forward to continued engagement. Stephanie Booker, are you there and connected? Stephen Kosmicki, are you there and connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
My name is Steve Kosmicki, and I'm with the Southwest Community Development Corporation.
Okay, let me get some more information.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon to the Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and Homeless, and thank you for this opportunity to comment on this very important Emergency Housing Protection Act. Let me say at the outset that Southwest CDC fully supports this act and all of its provisions. It's ironic and tragic that it's taken a global pandemic to serve as the catalyst for these proposed measures, but we are optimistic because we hope that this Emergency Act will shine even more of a spotlight on the housing crisis in Philadelphia and will lead to more permanent housing affordability reforms for renters as well as for low-income homeowners. At Southwest CDC, we have been concerned with the very real specter of growing gentrification and displacement for some time now, and the potential impact that this has had on the availability of affordable housing, as well as the ability of low-income residents to stay in the homes that they already own or rent. About a year ago, we received a grant from the Pennsylvania State Department of Community and Economic Development to take a closer look at the affordable housing situation in Southwest and suggest new policy and programmatic solutions to the growing crisis we face. A preliminary copy of the report entitled Affordable Housing Development for Southwest Philly has just been released, and some of the findings are truly eye-opening, especially when viewed within the context of this hearing. There are currently 9,605 rental households in Southwest Philly with incomes at or below 50% of the area median. In contrast, there are only 1,704 income-restricted rental units in Southwest Philly. This means that more than 7,900 very low and extremely low-income households in Southwest are struggling to find housing in the private marketplace. There is an extreme need to expand the availability of rental assistance programming and/or additional income-restricted rental units to meet this demand. And this was before the COVID crisis. 68% of rental units in Southwest are in 1 and 2 unit structures, including more than 50% in row homes. These row home properties are increasingly attractive for investor flipper acquisition as these blocks incrementally gentrify. This will place increasing pressure on housing affordability for lower income rental households. Within the overall effort to expand rental assistance program and income restricted rental units in the Southwest, there is a specific need to intervene in row house blocks ahead of gentrifying forces to maintain long-term income diversity in these neighborhoods. More than 60% of the rental housing stock in Southwest Philly is more than 60 years old. This is particularly true for rental units in 1 and 2 unit structures. In parallel with expanded affordable rental program, there is need for financing tools to support maintenance and modernization of this aging housing stock. The income restrictions on 23% of the 1,700 units I mentioned earlier, income restricted units in the Southwest have recently expired or will expire by 2024. Concerted efforts are needed to assure that these units remain available for lower income households. There's particular need for focus on the 9 developments with 362 units within this larger group. The final report will be released this summer. However, in the meantime, we're considering various ways Southwest CDC can act on these findings. These are some of the things we're considering: incorporating a rental assistance, education, tenants' right advocacy component to our existing housing counseling and NAS community outreach programs. This could include pre- and post-leasing counseling and tenant rights training and advocacy. It also included an eviction diversion program similar to what's being proposed. We are very excited with this possibility because we think it is a very effective model, as our experience with our mortgage diversion program illustrates. The housing counseling program could be augmented with an expanded post-purchase component, including new training assistance with things like higher taxes, higher homeowners insurance, and home selling advice. We're interested in creating a Southwest Tenant Association to help people before they get to court or in trouble with the landlord. I'm also interested in providing training to local landlords on how to be good landlords. This could include how to properly maintain units, L&I regulations, fair housing requirements, and other challenges of ownership, such as assisting with the resolution of tangled titles. Perhaps our Jumpstart training program curriculum could be modified to support this. As you can see, many of these proposed initiatives are entirely consistent and even near some of what has been being proposed in this Emergency Act. So in closing, let me say again that we fully support the Emergency Housing Act and all of its provisions. We hope that these initiatives will lay the groundwork for continued comprehensive approach to the ongoing and deepening housing affordability crisis in Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is Annie Lioness here and connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Yes, thank you. My name is Annie Leontis. I want to say it's been inspiring and heartbreaking to hear testimonies today from my neighbors who are suffering. And I want to thank you all for speaking on behalf of thousands of others who can't be here to raise their voices. In the past 3 years, I've had to move 3 times because of rent hikes, from 9th Street to Deep South Philly to West Philly, and I might have to move again at a time when it's unsafe to do so. This March, Athenian Razik, who's my new property manager, raised my rent by 23% during a pandemic and a national emergency. They've been deaf to any negotiation, even when we asked for a 2-year lease at a more reasonable rate. One of my neighbors was hit with a 50% increase, another with a 17% increase. And these are being executed to ensure the sale of this building, as well as to make up for other losses that Athenian Razik has incurred at this time. My wife, who works for the city, has had her wages cut. And of course, there's no way to anticipate how else will be hit during this period of financial instability and insecurity. And no one knows how long this free fall will really last. It's a dangerous time to move, but it's risky without any legal protections to resist exploitative increases in housing practices. I know that stakeholders, some of them on this call, have estimated that only, quote, 1% of tenants are going to incur increases as steep as mine. I'm going to respectfully assert that a market unchecked will put undue strain on tenants who have limited rights and are facing a health crisis. There have to be other ways to serve mom and pop landlords while protecting those who don't own property and are at the mercy of an entire industry. So my wife is an architect. I teach at a university. Rent Stabilization Bill 200-301 would protect people like us, but we're not even among the most vulnerable in this city. So please pass all of these protections in their purest form. Please honor the basic human rights of those in Philadelphia. Please fight in future fights for rent control. We're really lucky to have such fierce representatives. Thank you for your time and your work. Please keep pushing.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is Ken Beagles here and connected?
Yes, I am.
Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Begos. I'm the Executive Director of the Affordable Housing Centers of Pennsylvania, and I'd like to thank Chairwoman Gauthier and the members of the committee for allowing me to present my testimony today. Affordable Housing Centers of Pennsylvania is a HUD-approved and DHCD funded housing counseling organization. And since 2009, we've served the greater Philadelphia community with first-time homebuyer preparation and foreclosure prevention counseling. Housing counselors have served as the EMT workers for households that undergo financial distress. Approximately 10 years ago, our industry was called upon, the city and the nation at large, to rescue homeowners from the threat of mortgage foreclosure. Fast forward to today, we are in the opening stages of the new economic crisis that will have greater economic devastation compared to the Great Recession. Chairman Gauthier and you and the members of the committee have undertaken bold proposals and imposing new rules to stem the tide of evictions in the city of Philadelphia. The legislative proposals that are being discussed involve the enlistment of housing counselors to stop a tenant's eviction and bring them back to financial security, particularly through the rental eviction diversion program modeled after the Philadelphia's successful mortgage foreclosure diversion program. I generally support the concept of the rental eviction diversion program, provided that additional resources will be made available to housing counselors to support the increased workload. Assisting households with eviction or foreclosure is labor intensive. I appreciate the proposed funding from the CDBG CV fund that Philadelphia received to fund housing counseling among the DHC agencies, in addition to the annual allocations that housing counseling agencies receive from the standard community development block grant. This will allow agencies to increase their staffing capacity to address the oncoming crisis. In addition, the creation of the rental eviction and diversion program, proposals such as providing payment plans and temporary waiving of late fees are necessary strategies that will limit a tenant's delinquency and provide clear guidance to housing counselors to effectively negotiate with landlords to repay the delinquent rent. This will be an epic period which will be called upon the housing counselors to keep Philadelphia neighborhoods and family units together. I worry for the mental health of the housing counselors and the support staff for the city of Philadelphia, and the DHCD needs to make sure that there are adequate resources to support, which include mental health counselors for these essential workers. The Dodd-Frank Act now requires that all housing counselors pass a certification exam. This rule is currently scheduled to go into effect on August the 1st, 2020. Approximately half of the housing counselors from DHCD unfunded agencies have not passed this exam as of right now. The certification has made the work more specialized and harder to replace. It will be critical to keep these resources in place to prevent the counselor from burning out. There's no denial that housing council will have a major involvement in the city's response based on these pieces of legislation. We're very involved and we're excited to be involved with this work. The impact is dependent upon the enforcement of the new rules and the resources allocated in the recovery effort. And I'd like to thank you very much for making my testimony.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from or comments from members of the committee? Are there any other witnesses here who would like to testify? Thank you so very much. Give me just one moment. This committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes. And we'll be right back. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We will now reconvene the hearing. Mr. Weiss, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words so that we can see you on the screen when you speak.
Councilman Jones.
Present, and this was a long hearing.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good early evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the chair for a well-run meeting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dom.
Hi, everybody.
Councilmember Brooks.
I heard you.
I am here.
Councilmember Bass.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So there being no further questions from members.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I don't know that I was called. This is Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, and I'm here. I've been here all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here all day, Councilmember. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there is anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on any of the bills being considered today. Hearing none, I want to thank all the panels and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. I especially want to thank all of the renters who came on today and shared such personal testimony. And it was also very touching that so many people waited all day long to provide their testimony. And to me, that's a testament of how important this issue is and how hard we have to work to find a solution. So thank you so much. Let's see. I now invite all panels and witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go in to our public meeting. We will now pause the proceedings briefly as multiple participants are leaving the hearing.
Okay. No, I got.
Are we good?
I think we're good to proceed.
All right. This concludes the public hearing of the committee for today. We will now go into a public meeting to consider a motion to recess the public hearing and public meeting on the bills being considered today to a date certain.
Are you calling on me, Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and Homelessness that are hearing bills number 200, 294, 200, 295, 200, 301, 200, 302, 200, 304, and 200, 305 stand at recess until June 5th, Friday, 9 a.m.
Second.
Thank you. And I think Councilmember Gim wanted to offer some brief closing thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to express my thanks to everyone who came out today and who's shown a light on what is happening in the lives of 50% of our city who are renters. I want to thank those folks for their courage and for their willingness to tell stories of vulnerability, of family, and the importance of home. To those who shared their experiences of harassment, of exploitation, of fear, I will certainly not forget what I heard from you today. It is not lost on me or any of us on this panel that another rent day comes due on June 1st with far too few answers from this body. And I will be driven in the days to come to get those answers to those folks who came out today so we can pass a truly bold package of bills out of this committee next week. At the end of the day, we don't legislate on hope. We legislate on fact, we legislate on equity, and we legislate for justice. So, Madam Chair, I want to say that it's been a pleasure and honor to work with you on this effort. And to my colleagues, I will definitely see you next week. Thank you.
I think I may have messed up something in the script. Can I get Councilmember Jones to do the motion one more time? I'm sorry about that, committee members.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, again. I move that the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Development and the Homelessness that has been hearing on bills number 200, 294, 200, 295, 200, 301, 200, 302, 200, 304, and 200, 305 stand adjourned until Friday. Stand at recess until Friday, June 5th at 9 a.m.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the public hearing and public meeting of this committee on bill numbers 200294, 200295, 200301, 200302, 200304, and 200305 be recessed until Friday, June 5th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the public hearing and public meeting on bill numbers 200294, 200295, 200301, 200302, 200304, and 200305 will stand in recess until Friday, June 5th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m., at which time we will reconvene on Microsoft Teams. This concludes the business of the Committee on Housing, Neighborhood Development, and the Homeless for today. Thank you all very much for your attendance. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great job. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair, on your first committee here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great